In the ancient land of Macedon, where the hills rolled gently under a bright blue sky and the air was filled with the sound of busy markets and clashing swords, a child was born who would one day change the world. This child was Alexander. His birth was not an ordinary event. It was a moment that many believed marked the beginning of a great and fated destiny. Alexander was born into a royal family. His father was King Philip, a brilliant and ambitious ruler, and his mother was Olympias, a strong and passionate woman who filled the young prince's world with dreams of heroes and gods. From his earliest days, Alexander's life was steeped in the traditions of both myth and history. The stories of ancient heroes, of gods who walked among men, and of battles fought for glory were part of the very air he breathed. His mother told him tales of mighty warriors like Achilles and Heracles, stories that sparked his young mind with wonder and determination. As he grew, Alexander would often wander the palace gardens, his eyes shining with dreams of adventure and conquest. Even as a child, he was not content to sit quietly. He wanted to learn, to fight, and to lead. In the bustling palace of Pella, where the walls echoed with the footsteps of courtiers and the soft murmur of strategy, Alexander received a careful education. His father, King Philip, made sure that his son learned not only the art of war but also the wisdom of the world. It was said that King Philip looked upon his son and saw not just a boy, but the future of an empire. Teachers were brought from far and wide, and one among them was the great philosopher Aristotle. Under Aristotle's gentle guidance, Alexander learned about nature, science, and the arts. The lessons were given in plain words, so that even a young mind could grasp the great truths of life. Aristotle's teachings filled Alexander's heart with a love for knowledge, and with every lesson, the seeds of ambition grew stronger. The young prince was taught to ride horses and to wield a sword, to chase the wind across the open fields of Macedon. His days were filled with rigorous training, where he learned the discipline of a soldier and the strategy of a general. Yet, even in the heat of practice, Alexander's thoughts often wandered to the legendary exploits of his heroes. When he saw a brave warrior charging into battle, he imagined himself in that very role, a leader who would one day be remembered for his courage and his daring. The fires of ambition burned brightly in his heart, and each victory in a practice duel or a mock battle was a small step toward the great destiny he believed awaited him. At the palace, stories of the past were not just told, they were lived. The corridors of the royal home were filled with relics of earlier times, ancient weapons, shields marked by history, and scrolls containing the deeds of past kings and warriors. Alexander spent many hours listening to these tales, his young mind piecing together the grand mosaic of history. He learned that a king's power did not come only from his armies or his wealth, but from the loyalty and respect of his people. He saw that true strength lay in the courage to follow one's dreams, even when the path was steep and the journey long. But life in the palace was not always filled with soft words and gentle lessons. There were moments of conflict and struggle that taught Alexander about the harsh truths of power. As a prince, he witnessed the fierce battles that his father fought to protect and expand the kingdom. In these moments, he saw not only the glory of victory but also the pain of defeat. The clash of swords, the roar of angry soldiers, and the sight of wounded men became a powerful lesson in the cost of ambition. These experiences steeled his resolve, teaching him that every great achievement was born from struggle, and that the path to greatness was paved with challenges. As the seasons turned, Alexander grew from a curious boy into a young man of exceptional promise. His eyes, clear and determined, held a spark that told of dreams larger than the kingdom itself. The young prince would walk along the castle walls and gaze at the distant lands beyond, wondering what great empires lay over the horizon. He dreamed of lands filled with wonder, of people whose stories were yet to be told, and of battles that would echo through time. Every sunrise was a reminder of the new opportunities that the day might bring, a chance to learn more, to fight harder, and to inch closer to the destiny he envisioned. Throughout his childhood, Alexander's heart was also filled with a sense of destiny that went beyond the ordinary. His mother, Olympias, played a key role in nurturing this feeling. She often spoke of signs and omens, of gods who had taken a special interest in her son. In her eyes, Alexander was not just a prince, he was a chosen one, destined to lead and to conquer. These words, spoken in a gentle yet firm tone, filled Alexander with a quiet confidence. They were the whispers of fate, a reminder that his life was set apart from the lives of ordinary men. The early years of Alexander's life were also marked by moments of play and wonder. In the grand halls of the palace, he and his friends would run and laugh, their voices echoing like music. They played games that mimicked the battles they had heard of, with wooden swords and makeshift shields. These playful skirmishes, though simple, were the building blocks of the skills that would one day lead him to victory. Every game was a rehearsal for the grand stage of life, a practice session for the battles that would define his destiny. In quiet moments, when the palace fell silent under the soft light of twilight, Alexander would sit and listen to the murmurs of the night. The sounds of nature, rustling leaves, distant howls, and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream seemed to speak of ancient secrets and forgotten heroes. In these moments, he felt a deep connection to the past, a bond with the men and women who had walked the earth long before him. This connection was a quiet promise that he, too, would leave a mark on the world, a mark that would be remembered long after his time. The story of young Alexander is a tale of hope and determination. His early life was filled with moments of joy and sorrow, of learning and growing, each step adding a new layer to his character. The dreams of a boy who once ran through the palace corridors would soon be transformed into the ambitions of a great leader. Every lesson learned, every battle witnessed, and every story heard in the palace was a stepping stone toward the remarkable destiny that awaited him. As the years passed, the people of Macedon began to see that their young prince was no ordinary child. His quick mind, his bravery, and his heartfelt desire to follow in the footsteps of ancient heroes set him apart. The kingdom buzzed with hope and anticipation, for it was clear that Alexander was destined to do great things. His ambition was not born of pride alone, but from a sincere desire to unite the lands and to create a legacy that would shine like a beacon through the ages. Thus, the dawn of ambition marked the beginning of a journey that would one day lead Alexander into battles and conquests far beyond the borders of his small kingdom. In those early days, the seeds of greatness were sown, a greatness that would grow with every passing year, fueled by dreams, hard work, and the unyielding spirit of a young prince determined to make history. And so, in the gentle light of early morning, as the first rays of the sun caressed the ancient stones of Macedon, Alexander's journey began. A journey that started with the innocence of youth and the promise of destiny, and that would eventually take him to the very heart of the ancient world. A journey that would lead him to the battlefields where his name would become immortal, and to a future where the legacy of his ambition would forever echo in the halls of history. In a time long ago, far to the east of Macedon, there was an empire that stretched across many lands. This empire was the Persian Empire, a vast and powerful realm that spanned from the sandy deserts of Egypt to the fertile lands of India. At the head of this mighty empire was King Darius III, a ruler whose name would soon be remembered in the stories of history. Darius III came to power in a time of great challenge. The Persian Empire, though full of riches and great cities, was a patchwork of many different peoples and traditions. The land was filled with bustling markets, grand palaces, and ancient temples. People from many cultures, speaking many languages, lived under the rule of the Persians. They built roads that stretched across deserts and mountains and traded goods from far-off lands. It was a world of wonder and wealth, but also a place where power had to be maintained through strength and wisdom. King Darius III, though not as famous as some of his predecessors, inherited a throne that was heavy with responsibility. He was young and full of hope when he became the ruler of this huge empire. Many looked at him as the man who could keep the peace among the different lands and peoples. Yet, as the years went by, his reign would be marked by a great challenge, a challenge brought forth by a man from Macedon, a young warrior with a burning desire for conquest. Darius III was known as a thoughtful ruler. He spent many days in the great halls of his palace, listening to his advisors and planning how best to keep his empire safe. The Persian court was a place of splendid riches, filled with golden treasures, fine fabrics, and the sweet smell of exotic spices. But behind all this beauty was a constant worry. The vast lands of Persia were hard to govern, and the king knew that even the slightest weakness could be seen by enemies. The Persian army was one of the largest in the world at the time. It was a mix of many different types of soldiers, drawn from the far reaches of the empire. There were mighty cavalry from the plains, fierce archers from the mountains, and foot soldiers who had been trained from childhood to fight in formation. Darius III trusted his army to protect the empire and to stand as a shield against any invader. Yet, no matter how strong the army was, it was not always easy to manage such a large force when the lands were so many and so different. Darius III was a man who believed in tradition and in the power of the old ways. He saw his role as not only a warrior but also as a guardian of the rich cultural legacy of Persia. The Persian people were proud of their past. They remembered the great kings who had built the empire, the wonders that had been created, and the knowledge that had been passed down through the generations. Temples were built to honor their gods, and every city had its own story of glory and hardship. Darius III, in his own way, tried to keep that spirit alive. He held grand ceremonies, invited poets and musicians to sing the praises of the empire, and encouraged scholars to study the ancient texts. Despite all these efforts, the Persian Empire was not without its enemies. There were always threats at the borders and internal strife among the many different groups under Persian rule. As Darius III looked out over his lands, he knew that the peace he had worked so hard to maintain was fragile. The empire's riches had attracted many who wished to take a piece for themselves, and the promise of wealth and power was like a flame that could easily spark rebellion. Then came the news of a great challenge from the west. A young king from Macedon, Alexander, had begun his own campaign of conquest. His victories had spread like wildfire, and whispers of his military genius reached the ears of Darius III. Alexander was a bold and daring leader, known for his swift movements and surprising tactics. While the Persian Empire had stood strong for many years, now it was faced with a new enemy who would soon test its might like never before. For Darius III, the threat of Alexander was not just the risk of losing land or power, it was a test of the very soul of the Persian Empire. Darius III had long believed that the strength of Persia lay in its vastness and diversity. The empire was built on the unity of many peoples and the legacy of ages past. But as Alexander's forces advanced, it became clear that the old ways and the traditions of Persia would soon be put to the test. The king had to make a choice, either to stand firm in the face of the new threat, or to change the way things had always been done. In the grand courts of Persepolis, the heart of the empire, the advisors to Darius III gathered. They spoke in low, urgent tones about the incoming storm. Maps were spread on polished tables, and the faces of wise men grew serious as they pointed out the routes that Alexander might take. It was clear that the Macedonian king was not only brave but also clever. His campaigns had shown that he could adapt quickly and strike with precision. For Darius III, this meant that a simple show of strength would not be enough. He needed to prepare his forces to face an enemy who fought in ways that were as new as they were dangerous. Darius III began to rally his army. In the training grounds of the great cities, thousands of Persian soldiers marched in unison. Their armor shone under the sun, and the sound of their footsteps filled the air with a steady drumbeat of determination. The king spoke to his men in a firm yet kind voice, reminding them of the glory of their ancestors and the promise of a future where Persia would remain the jewel of the ancient world. His words, simple and strong, stirred the hearts of the soldiers. They knew that the battle ahead would be fierce, but they also believed in the might of their king and the strength of their homeland. At the same time, Darius III worked on strengthening the empire's defenses. Walls were built along the borderlands, and extra guards were posted in key cities. The vast network of roads that had once brought wealth and connection now served as a means to move troops quickly in case of an emergency. The king sent messages to his governors, urging them to be alert and to prepare for the worst. There was a sense of urgency in every corner of the empire. Even in the bustling bazaars, where traders haggled over fine carpets and rare spices, people whispered of the coming storm. In the cities of the Persian Empire, life continued with a mix of hope and anxiety. People went about their daily business, but the air was tinged with worry. Families huddled together, recalling the tales of past invasions and the heavy price of war. Yet, there was also a deep-rooted pride in being part of such an ancient and glorious empire. Temples and markets, grand palaces and quiet villages, all were united under the rule of Darius III. His task was to protect this vast tapestry of life and to ensure that the light of Persia would not be dimmed by the fires of war. Darius III, despite his heavy responsibilities, found moments of quiet reflection in the gardens of his palace. He would often walk among the neatly trimmed hedges and listen to the sound of water flowing from a gentle fountain. In these moments, the weight of the empire seemed a little lighter, and he could remember the beauty of his land. He thought of the mighty rivers that flowed across Persia, of the rugged mountains that stood guard over ancient ruins, and of the endless deserts that held secrets of long-forgotten times. These thoughts gave him strength and a quiet resolve to face the trials ahead. The story of Darius III and his empire was not just one of armies and battles, but of a culture rich in art, science, and tradition. The Persian kings had long supported scholars, poets, and architects. Magnificent buildings rose in the capitals, adorned with intricate carvings and colorful mosaics that told stories of gods and heroes. Great libraries held scrolls filled with wisdom and learning. Even as war loomed on the horizon, the spirit of Persian culture shone brightly, a reminder that an empire is built not only by the strength of its warriors but also by the creativity and passion of its people. Yet, with the rise of Alexander and the spread of his reputation, the balance of power was shifting. Alexander's bold victories had started to show that even the mightiest empire could be challenged. The news of his swift movements and brilliant strategies sent ripples of fear and uncertainty through the Persian heartlands. Darius III knew that the time had come for a decisive confrontation, a moment that would either secure the legacy of his empire or lead it to ruin. As the preparations for battle advanced, Darius III found himself caught between tradition and the harsh new realities of the world. He could not easily change the ways of the past, for they were the backbone of Persian identity. But he also had to face an enemy who fought with a different kind of fire, a fire that burned with the passion of youth and the brilliance of fresh ideas. The stage was set for a clash of worlds, where the old and the new would meet on the field of battle. In the days leading up to the confrontation, the Persian people looked to their king with hope and worry. They knew that Darius III was a ruler who had inherited a great legacy, but they also saw the signs of change in the world around them. The vast empire, with all its beauty and might, now stood on the brink of a great test. The coming days would decide whether the light of Persia would continue to shine brightly or whether it would be swallowed by the darkness of defeat. And so, as the Persian sun rose over the ancient lands, the stage was set. King Darius III, with his heart full of both pride and concern, gathered his strength for the battles to come. His empire, a vast colossus built on the dreams and labors of countless generations, now faced a new and dangerous enemy. In the face of this challenge, Darius III was determined to defend his realm, to honor the legacy of his ancestors, and to prove that the spirit of Persia would never fade. Thus began the story of the Persian Colossus, a story of a great empire and a king who, in the midst of turmoil, tried to hold together a diverse and powerful people. The fate of Persia, and the legacy of its rich traditions, would soon be tested in ways that history would never forget. In the warm light of a new dawn, as the familiar hills of Macedon slowly gave way to unknown lands, Alexander the Great led his army on a journey that would soon shake the very foundations of the ancient world. With every step, the young king carried with him a burning desire for glory and the hope of uniting the many lands he would soon encounter. His heart was filled with both excitement and a quiet determination, knowing that the challenges ahead were many but that every victory, no matter how small, would bring him closer to his destiny. The journey began at the banks of the Granicus River, where Alexander faced his very first test of courage. With a small but determined force, his soldiers crossed the river under the glare of the morning sun. The opposing forces, soldiers of the Persian lands, waited on the far bank. Their eyes were fixed on the young king, their voices raised in defiance. The sound of clashing metal, the thud of marching feet, and the cries of warriors filled the air. In that heated moment, Alexander's keen mind and brave heart shone through. He directed his men with clear, simple commands and led a charge that broke through the enemy lines. The victory at Granicus was not only a triumph on the battlefield, it was a statement. Word of his bold move spread quickly, igniting hope and determination among his soldiers and sending ripples of unease through the enemy ranks. The taste of victory was sweet, but it was only the beginning of a long journey. After Granicus, Alexander pressed forward into lands where every mile brought a new challenge. One of his next great encounters was at the ancient city of Halicarnassus. Here, the battle was long and hard. The defenders were strong, determined to protect their home. The day wore on as the two sides clashed under a scorching sun. Dust filled the air, and the sounds of swords striking shields mixed with the shouts of warriors. Amid this chaos, Alexander moved like a guiding light. He planned each move carefully, and showed his soldiers that even in the darkest moments, hope could be found in unity and determination. Slowly, with steady resolve and clever tactics, he led his men to break the enemy's defenses. The victory at Halicarnassus further built his reputation as a leader who could face any adversity with simple yet effective strategies. Between the heat of battle and the quiet moments of rest, Alexander took time to sit with his closest companions in the heart of the camp. Under the soft glow of evening lamps, the king would spread out maps on rough wooden tables and trace the roads ahead with his finger. He listened carefully to the ideas of his trusted generals and weighed every decision with thoughtfulness. He knew that every small victory was a stepping stone to the greater conquest that lay ahead. In these quiet hours, the echoes of earlier battles mixed with the hopes of future triumphs, and the air itself seemed to hum with the promise of what was to come. The journey was not made without hardship. The long marches across endless plains, under a relentless sun and cold starry nights, tested the spirit and strength of the Macedonian army. They often had to travel with little food and water, their bodies weary from days of marching. Yet, in the face of these trials, Alexander's resolve did not waver. His simple words of encouragement and his steady presence inspired every man in his camp. They marched on with the firm belief that each hardship was a challenge meant to forge them into a stronger, more united force. Their loyalty to their king grew with every passing day as they realized that the promise of a bright future lay at the end of this difficult road. As Alexander and his soldiers moved deeper into lands far removed from their native Macedon, they encountered many people whose lives had been shaped by the long rule of the Persian Empire. In small villages and busy market towns, the locals whispered of the old ways, of grand palaces, mighty armies, and the deep-rooted traditions that had held their people together for centuries. Some welcomed the Macedonian army with hope in their eyes, longing for change and a fresh start after years of rule by distant kings. Others looked on with caution, remembering the cost of war and the pain of losing what they held dear. In every encounter, Alexander listened with care, learning about the diverse cultures and traditions that he might one day bring together under one banner. These meetings, simple and honest, enriched his view of the world and deepened his respect for the people whose lands he would soon join. Before the decisive Battle of Gaugamela, the road was marked by many smaller battles and countless acts of bravery. Each skirmish, whether fought on a wide open plain or within the walls of a stubborn city, added to the growing legend of Alexander. His men told tales around the campfire of moments when their leader, with his clear voice and determined eyes, had turned the tide of battle. They recalled the sound of his commands, as plain and direct as the call of a shepherd to his flock, and how those words made them feel safe and strong. The simplicity and clarity of his leadership were like a guiding star, leading them through the darkest nights and the fiercest storms of war. At times, as the Macedonian army rested beneath the shade of ancient trees, Alexander would wander alone for a while. In those quiet moments, he looked up at the clear blue sky and wondered at the vastness of the world. The gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of the wind spoke to him of ancient legends and the long line of heroes who had walked this earth before him. He felt a connection to these timeless stories, a bond that reminded him that his journey was part of something much larger than himself. In the quiet of the day, the dreams of his childhood, the stories of gods, heroes, and endless adventures, returned to him, fueling his ambition and strengthening his spirit for the battles ahead. The Macedonian soldiers, inspired by their leader's courage and vision, pressed on with unyielding spirit. Each step they took brought them closer to the lands of the great Persian Empire. With every small victory, the belief in their king's destiny grew stronger. They knew that the road ahead would soon lead them to a moment that would define their lives, a moment when the might of Macedon would meet the vast power of Persia on the field of battle. Their hearts beat in unison with the rhythm of destiny, each pulse echoing the promise of glory that awaited them. As the days turned into weeks, the landscape around the army slowly began to change. The familiar hills of home faded into distant memories, replaced by vast plains and rugged terrain. The journey, long and tiring though it was, became a time of reflection and preparation. Every mile traveled was a lesson in endurance and unity. Alexander's eyes, clear and determined, saw each challenge as an opportunity to learn and to grow stronger. His simple yet powerful approach to leadership, treating his men like family and valuing every small act of bravery, created a bond that would carry them through even the harshest trials. It was in this spirit of hope, resilience, and determination that the prelude to the great battle of Gaugamela was written. Each victory at Granicus, at Halicarnassus, and in many other encounters had paved the way for a campaign that was larger than any before. The careful planning, the hard-earned lessons, and the relentless drive of Alexander and his soldiers had created a tapestry of conquest that was both humble in its simplicity and grand in its ambition. The Macedonian army, though small in number, was united by a common goal: to overcome all obstacles and to create a future where their king's name would be spoken with awe and respect. Thus, as the Macedonian army marched onward, The stage was slowly being set for the momentous clash that lay ahead. The prelude to conquest was a time of both celebration and preparation, a time when every small victory built the foundation for a battle that would forever change the course of history. Alexander's journey, filled with both hardships and triumphs, was a clear sign that the path to greatness was not easy, but it was one worth taking. With each step, the young king moved closer to a destiny that would not only shape his life but also leave a lasting mark on the ancient world. In the calm before the storm, as the camp settled into the soft murmur of night and the stars began to twinkle above, the Macedonian soldiers knew that they were part of a grand adventure. Their hearts were full of hope and their minds set on the future, a future where the great Persian Empire would soon face a challenge unlike any it had known before. And in that quiet moment of reflection, the promise of a new era shone brightly, carried on the wings of a determined king and the brave souls who followed him into the unknown. In the gentle light of early morning, the Macedonian army marched steadily toward the vast lands of the east. The familiar hills of Macedon slowly gave way to open plains, rugged hills, and distant mountains that stretched toward the horizon. Every step on this long journey was filled with both wonder and quiet determination, as Alexander and his men set their sights on a future that lay far beyond their known world. The Eastern Campaign was not just another series of battles. It was the beginning of a new chapter that would test their strength, spirit, and unity. As the army moved further from home, the air grew warmer and the landscape changed. The golden fields of wheat and barley gradually turned into lands dotted with olive trees and clusters of small villages. In these villages, people went about their daily lives, tending to their crops and caring for their families. The locals looked with cautious eyes at the marching soldiers, some filled with hope that change might bring better times, while others remembered the heavy hand of old rulers. Alexander's presence was a mix of mystery and promise, a young king with big dreams, arriving to bring a new order to a world that had known many rulers before. The march was long and the days were full of both hard work and quiet moments of reflection. In the early hours, as the sun peeked over the horizon, the soldiers could be seen preparing their horses and sharpening their simple weapons. Alexander, always near his men, walked among them with an easy smile and kind words. His leadership was not loud or pompous. Instead, it was gentle and steady, like the soft murmur of a nearby stream that never failed to soothe even the weariest traveler. Each step they took was a promise of battles yet to come and victories that would be celebrated by future generations. Before the great battle of Gaugamela, Alexander knew that he needed to understand every corner of the lands he would soon challenge. He spent many evenings in quiet conversation with his generals, poring over maps and listening to reports from scouts who had ventured ahead. They spoke of the great roads and ancient cities that lay in wait, of fertile lands that had fed entire empires and of harsh deserts that tested the limits of endurance. These discussions were simple, yet full of care and detail. They planned not only how to fight, but also how to live and work in a land so different from their own. The eastern lands were rich with history and culture. In small market towns, Alexander's soldiers met people who told them old stories of mighty kings and long-forgotten battles. The stories were shared in humble tones by farmers and traders, each word carrying a piece of the land's past. The Macedonians listened carefully, learning that the East was a place where art, music, and wisdom were treasured alongside power and wealth. It was a land where temples and shrines stood beside bustling marketplaces, and where every stone seemed to whisper secrets of ancient times. As the army moved along dusty roads, the natural beauty of the East began to unfold. Wide open plains stretched before them like a golden sea, dotted with clusters of trees that swayed gently in the warm breeze. In the distance, rugged hills and small mountains provided a dramatic backdrop, their peaks often hidden by soft, drifting clouds. The simplicity of the landscape reminded Alexander of the vastness of the world and the many lands that lay yet unexplored. For him, each new sight was both a lesson and a promise of what the future might hold, a future where his empire would embrace the diversity of the East. Yet not all was peaceful on the journey. The Eastern campaign brought its share of hardships. The long marches under the relentless sun often left the soldiers thirsty and tired. Food supplies had to be carefully managed, and every drop of water was treasured like a rare gem. In these challenging times, Alexander's voice was a constant source of comfort and strength. He would gather his men in the shade of a large tree, speak in plain words about hope and duty, and remind them that every step was part of a greater plan. His words, simple and honest, helped mend weary hearts and lifted the spirits of those who had begun to doubt the long road ahead. Along the winding roads, the Macedonians encountered diverse groups of people who lived under different customs and traditions. In one small village, an old storyteller shared tales of brave warriors and legendary heroes. The villagers spoke of a time when their land was ruled by kings who built great monuments and fought battles that echoed through the ages. Alexander listened intently, his eyes reflecting the deep respect he held for these timeless stories. He knew that to rule a vast empire, one must understand the hearts and minds of those who lived there. It was not enough to simply win battles. One had to win the trust and respect of the people. In many ways, the Eastern campaign was a journey of both conquest and learning. As the army moved further away from Macedon, Alexander began to see that every region held its own story. There were lands where the soil was rich and life blossomed in vibrant colors, and lands where the harsh environment demanded great strength and resilience. These differences were celebrated by the local people, who took pride in their unique way of life. Alexander, with his simple but far-reaching vision, dreamed of a future where these diverse cultures could come together under one rule. A future where the lessons of the past would guide the path to a united and prosperous world. One clear morning, as the soldiers set out on a long march, the vast sky overhead seemed to stretch on forever. The sun climbed higher, its warm rays bathing the earth in a soft, golden glow. In that light, every face in the army looked determined, every step measured and purposeful. Alexander stood at the front, his eyes scanning the road ahead as if he could see the destiny waiting just beyond the next hill. It was in moments like these that the true spirit of the Eastern campaign shone, a spirit of adventure, courage, and an unyielding belief that even the longest journey begins with a single step. The journey was filled with many small battles, skirmishes with local forces who were loyal to ancient rulers or simply defending their home. Each encounter was fought with care and respect for the local people, as Alexander believed that every battle was not just a fight for land, but a lesson in understanding and unity. His soldiers learned that the strength of an army did not only lie in its numbers or weapons, but in its ability to adapt, to learn from each challenge, and to see every conflict as a chance to grow stronger together. As the days passed, Alexander's army began to see signs that a great challenge was near. The roads became busier with messengers, and the air grew filled with both excitement and tension. The eastern lands, with all their beauty and mystery, were preparing for a momentous event, a clash between two great forces that would decide the fate of empires. Alexander's careful planning and the steady march of his army had set the stage for this historic confrontation, one that would soon be remembered as a turning point in the ancient world. In the twilight hours, when the sky turned soft shades of orange and purple, the soldiers often gathered around small fires. There, in the quiet of the night, they shared simple meals and exchanged stories of home and of the dreams that carried them forward. The flickering flames danced on their faces, reflecting a shared hope for a brighter tomorrow. For many of these men, the Eastern campaign was more than a military venture. It was a journey into the unknown, a quest for a future where they could be a part of something greater than themselves. By the time the army reached the outskirts of the great Persian lands, the Eastern campaign had transformed from a simple march into a grand adventure. Alexander's vision of a united world, where the wisdom of the East and the strength of Macedon could blend together, began to take shape in the hearts of his soldiers. They knew that every hardship they had endured and every small victory they had celebrated were the building blocks of a future that would be written in the annals of history. And so, as the Macedonian army stood on the threshold of a new and unknown world, the stage was set for the challenges that lay ahead. The Eastern campaign had taught them many things, about the beauty of diversity, the strength of unity, and the unyielding power of hope. In the quiet moments between marches and battles, Alexander's steady leadership and the shared dreams of his men bound them together as a single force, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Thus, the campaign into the eastern lands was not merely a series of military maneuvers, but a journey of discovery and transformation. Every step on the dusty roads, every meeting with a stranger, and every night spent under the endless sky added a new chapter to the unfolding story of Alexander's dream, a dream that would one day light the path to a new era of unity and understanding. In the cool light of early dawn, the Macedonian army set out on the long journey that would take them to the fabled field of Gaugamela. The morning air was crisp and still, and a gentle mist hovered over the plains as if guarding the secrets of the land. The soldiers, with their simple gear and strong hearts, moved in an orderly line. Their footsteps made a quiet, steady sound on the dusty road, and each step brought them closer to a destiny that had been foretold by the dreams of their young king. As the army advanced, the familiar landscapes of Macedon slowly gave way to a wide and open plain. The land here was flat and vast, stretching out to the horizon like a never-ending sea of golden earth. The ground was dry, and small tufts of grass swayed in the gentle breeze. Along the road, clusters of trees provided brief moments of shade, and in the distance, small hills rose like silent sentinels, marking the passage from the lands of home to those of the enemy. Every day on the march was a lesson in endurance and unity. The soldiers, carrying simple rations and their light weapons, marched side by side with their comrades. They talked in low voices during brief rests, sharing stories of home and dreams of future glory. The chatter was soft and hopeful, like a lullaby that accompanied them on the long journey. The simple words of encouragement from the officers and from Alexander himself lifted their spirits. The king often walked among his men, his eyes filled with determination as he observed every face, listening to the small worries and big hopes of his people. The journey was not easy. The heat of the day could be harsh, and the sun sometimes beat down on them relentlessly, turning the road into a shimmering ribbon of light. During these times, the soldiers sought refuge under the shade of the scattered trees or behind small hills. They took breaks to drink water from the flasks carefully carried by their comrades. Even in these trying moments, there was a sense of purpose in their actions, a shared understanding that every hardship was a step toward the great battle that lay ahead. On many mornings, as the light slowly filled the sky, Alexander would gather his trusted generals and listen to reports from scouts who had advanced ahead of the main force. These scouts brought news of the land beyond, describing the strange formations of rocks, the sparse vegetation, and the quiet hum of a land waiting for destiny. Their simple words painted a picture of the coming confrontation. Alexander's eyes shone with both anticipation and calm resolve as he considered the challenges that lay before them. He knew that this march was as important as any battle, for it tested the will of his army and prepared them for what was to come. The road to Gaugamela was long, winding through landscapes that changed subtly with each passing day. In some stretches, the earth was cracked and dry, as if it had not seen rain in many years. In others, the ground was soft and yielding, covered with wild flowers that danced in the wind. These small wonders of nature did not go unnoticed by the weary soldiers. Even in the midst of marching, they paused to admire a bright blossom or to listen to the soft rustle of leaves. Such moments of beauty reminded them that the world was full of life and hope, even when faced with the promise of battle. At night, the journey took on a different character. The vast, open skies stretched above them, filled with countless stars that twinkled like tiny beacons of light. Around small campfires, the soldiers gathered in clusters. The crackling of the fire and the soft murmur of voices created a soothing atmosphere, a momentary escape from the hard reality of war. Under the clear night sky, stories of ancient heroes and past victories were shared in simple, heartfelt words. The stories served both as a reminder of the greatness that had come before and as a spark to light the way for the future. In these quiet moments, Alexander himself would sit apart from the rest, looking up at the stars. He thought of the great kings and warriors who had walked the same path before him. The cool night air, filled with the distant sounds of nature, carried his thoughts to a place where dreams and duty met. He knew that every step of this long march was a step toward a future where his name would be spoken with reverence and awe. The night was not only a time for rest but also a time for quiet reflection on the challenges that lay ahead and the battles that had brought him to this moment. The soldiers were aware of the growing tension as they neared the area known as Gaugamela. Rumors and whispers floated through the ranks like the soft wind, tales of a vast enemy army, of countless chariots, and of soldiers arrayed in lines as endless as the plain itself. These stories, shared in hushed tones, added a heavy note to the otherwise hopeful march. Yet, even as uncertainty stirred in their hearts, the soldiers trusted in the strength of their king and in the unity that had carried them this far. Their simple belief in the rightness of their cause was a powerful force that bound them together. Alexander, always a careful and thoughtful leader, used these moments to prepare his men for the coming trial. In short, clear words, he explained that the battle at Gaugamela would test not only their strength but also their courage and their loyalty to one another. He reminded them that every great victory was born of hard work and simple faith, and that the true measure of a warrior was not only in the number of foes defeated but in the honor and unity with which he fought. His words were plain and direct, yet they carried the weight of destiny, filling every heart with renewed purpose. As the army continued its march, the landscape itself began to hint at the impending clash. The flat plains gave way to a slight dip in the earth, creating a natural stage where the forces of two great armies would one day meet. This area, vast and open, was known as Gaugamela, a name that would soon be etched into the annals of history. The simplicity of the scene was deceptive. Though the land appeared quiet and unassuming, it was destined to become the setting of a battle that would change the world. The soldiers, now nearing the edge of this significant plain, became more focused. Every step was measured, every look exchanged among comrades filled with silent understanding. They were not merely marching to another battle, they were walking into a moment that had been shaped by fate and hard work. The weight of this shared destiny was as real as the dust under their feet and the sweat on their brows. In the simple rhythm of the march, there was an unspoken promise, a promise that no matter what lay ahead, they would stand together as one. In the long hours of the day, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, the sound of marching feet, clinking armor, and murmured prayers formed a steady, almost hypnotic rhythm. The simplicity of their daily routine, wake, march, rest, and repeat, belied the grand scale of the task before them. Each soldier carried with him not only his weapons but also the hopes of his family, the pride of his village, and the legacy of an ancient people. These thoughts made every step heavy with meaning, yet light with the possibility of a glorious future. There were moments during the march when the challenges seemed almost overwhelming. The long road, the harsh elements, and the ever-present reminder of the looming battle at Gaugamela could have weighed down even the strongest heart. But in those moments, the unity of the army shone like a beacon. Soldiers helped each other over rocky paths, shared water during the scorching heat, and offered words of encouragement when doubts crept in. This spirit of camaraderie, built on simple acts of kindness and shared hardship, became the true strength of the Macedonian force. As the march stretched on, the soldiers began to see signs that they were approaching the decisive field. The open space grew wider, and the distant horizon seemed to beckon them toward an inevitable meeting with destiny. The natural features of the land, so ordinary and calm during the day, were transformed by the anticipation of battle. Every hill, every stone, and every gust of wind seemed to whisper of the coming clash, a meeting between the determined will of Alexander's men and the might of an ancient enemy. In the final stretch of their journey, the air was filled with a mixture of tension and calm resolve. The soldiers' faces were set with determination, their eyes fixed on the road ahead. They knew that the Battle of Gaugamela was not a far-off dream but a reality that was almost upon them. In every step, there was an echo of the past and a promise for the future, a promise that this day would be remembered for the bravery and unity that had carried them this far. Thus, the march to Gaugamela was more than just a journey over land. It was a procession of hope, courage, and determination, a simple, steady movement toward a moment of truth. With each step, Alexander's dream grew closer to being realized. The soldiers, bound together by shared hardships and a common goal, moved as one under the vast, unending sky. Their march was a quiet testament to the power of unity, and the simple belief that destiny is built one step at a time. As the day finally gave way to a cool, starry night, the army set up camp on the edge of the great plain. The flickering of campfires and the soft murmur of tired voices filled the night. In that peaceful darkness, the soldiers knew that tomorrow would bring the next chapter of their story, a chapter that would take them from the simple act of marching to the grand stage of battle at Gaugamela. And in the quiet of the night, under a sky full of bright stars, every heart beat with the promise of victory and the hope of a new world being born from the courage of a few brave souls. In the warm glow of an early morning in the Persian heartland, the great army of Darius III began to stir. Stretching across a vast and varied landscape, the Persian force was as diverse as the lands it ruled. Soldiers from far-off provinces gathered, each with unique customs, weapons, and stories of their own. Their numbers were immense, and their ranks were filled with warriors who had long served an empire known for wealth, art, and deep-rooted traditions. Yet, on this day, as the Persian army prepared for the looming confrontation with Alexander's forces, every soldier knew that their might would soon be put to the test. Walking among his troops, a proud and thoughtful Darius III observed the assembly with both determination and a hint of worry. The great king had spent years gathering warriors from every corner of his empire. The Persian army was not a single, uniform force. It was a grand mosaic made up of different peoples and fighting styles. In the bustling camps near the plains, one could see soldiers in shining armor alongside lightly clad archers, fierce cavalry, and even charioteers drawn by swift horses. Each group brought a special skill to the battlefield, a skill honed over years of training and service to Persia. One could easily see the impact of the empire's vastness on its army. From the arid deserts to the lush river valleys, Persian soldiers arrived in varied clothing and armor. Some wore heavy, metal breastplates, while others donned leather and cloth that allowed them to move quickly. Their weapons ranged from long, curved swords to sturdy spears and formidable bows. The archers, in particular, were famed for their skill. They would stand in neat rows, their fingers pulling back strings with practiced ease, ready to send a volley of arrows soaring across the battlefield. It was said that an entire line of Persian archers could darken the sky with their arrows, a sight both beautiful and fearsome. The cavalry was another striking element of the Persian force. Mounted on powerful steeds, these warriors were swift and agile, capable of covering vast distances in a single charge. They rode with confidence, their faces set in determination as they prepared to support the infantry. The cavalry was divided into several groups, some specialized in flanking maneuvers, while others guarded the royal standard. Their horses were well cared for and trained to charge into battle without hesitation. The rhythmic pounding of hooves on the hard earth was like a drumbeat that announced the approach of destiny. Among the most striking units were the charioteers. These warriors drove sturdy chariots that were both a symbol of royal power and a practical tool in battle. The chariots, often adorned with intricate designs and symbols of the empire, served as mobile platforms from which archers and spearmen could launch their attacks. They were pulled by teams of strong horses and raced across the field with impressive speed. In many ancient battles, the Persian chariots had been a source of terror for their enemies, a moving wall of strength and precision that could break enemy lines. Despite their impressive organization, the Persian army was not without its challenges. The vast number of soldiers meant that coordination and unity were always a concern. The generals of Persia worked hard to maintain order among their ranks. They trained the men in the art of fighting as one, often drilling them until every movement was as smooth as the flow of a mighty river. Yet, the differences in language, culture, and fighting style sometimes made it difficult to forge a single, unified force. Still, in the eyes of Darius III and his trusted advisors, the diverse nature of the army was also its strength, a blend of skills that could adapt to many situations. As the day advanced and the preparations for battle grew more intense, the Persian commanders organized their troops into distinct units. On one side, the heavy infantry formed the backbone of the army. Clad in metal and armed with sturdy shields and spears, these soldiers were expected to hold the line and absorb the enemy's assaults. Their ranks were filled with disciplined veterans, many of whom had seen battle in far-off lands and had learned that strength came not only from physical might but also from unity and perseverance. Alongside the heavy infantry, lighter units prepared to strike quickly. These were the skirmishers, men equipped with javelins and short bows, trained to harass the enemy and create openings in their lines. They moved with agility, darting in and out of combat like shadows. Their role was to disrupt and disorganize the enemy before the main force would engage. Though not as heavily armored as their comrades, these warriors were valued for their speed and precision. The Persian generals also paid close attention to logistics. In the days leading up to the battle, food, water, and supplies were gathered and distributed among the soldiers. Great tents and makeshift camps were set up to house the vast number of men. Amidst all this activity, a sense of purpose filled the air. Every soldier, from the lowest-ranked footmen to the charioteers with their gleaming vehicles, understood that they were part of something grand, a force that had built one of the greatest empires in history. Yet, despite the many preparations and the visible strength of the army, there was an underlying tension. Whispers among the ranks spoke of Alexander's unstoppable advance. The young king from Macedon, with his brilliant tactics and fearless heart, had already proven himself in battle. His reputation was like a spark that threatened to set the dry brush of the Persian army ablaze. For many of the Persian soldiers, the news brought both worry and a surge of determination. They had been taught that the might of Persia was unparalleled, that their king's favor and the legacy of their ancestors would see them through any challenge. But the thought of facing an enemy who fought with a mix of new ideas and fierce courage stirred emotions that were hard to ignore. In one of the large, sunlit training grounds, a group of Persian archers gathered in formation. Their eyes were focused, and their hands steady as they notched arrows to their bows. The sound of their practiced breathing mixed with the distant clang of metal and the murmurs of other soldiers preparing for the day ahead. Their leader, a seasoned warrior with scars from past battles, walked among them. In a clear and simple voice, he reminded his men of the duty they had to their king and their people. "Today, we stand as the shield of our great empire," he said, his words echoing across the training field. "We must hold our ground and show that our strength comes from unity and the blessings of our ancestors." Not far away, the cavalry was busy in its own way. The riders practiced quick turns and swift charges, their horses snorting and pawing at the ground in excitement. The generals of the cavalry moved among the riders, offering guidance on how to best coordinate a charge that would break the enemy's lines. There was a sense of urgency in their movements, a recognition that every moment could be crucial when the armies finally met on the field. In the central command area of the camp, Darius III himself reviewed the formations laid out by his generals. Spread out on a large, weathered table were maps of the region, marked with the known positions of enemy scouts and natural features that might serve as advantages or obstacles. The king's brow furrowed as he studied the plans. His deep, thoughtful eyes betrayed the heavy responsibility he felt. He knew that the Persian army was vast and filled with capable warriors, but he also understood that facing Alexander's forces would require every bit of strength, strategy, and luck that they could muster. As the day moved on and the preparations reached a fevered pitch, the diverse strands of the Persian army came together in a complex, yet surprisingly harmonious display of military might. Each unit, whether the disciplined heavy infantry, the agile skirmishers, the swift cavalry, or the powerful charioteers, played a vital role in the grand design that was to face the invading Macedonians. The variety in their formations was a testament to the many lands and cultures that made up the Persian Empire. It was as if every corner of the realm had lent its unique touch to create a force that was meant to defend a way of life that had been nurtured over millennia. For the common soldier in the Persian army, the day held many unspoken hopes and fears. Many had grown up hearing stories of the ancient kings and heroes who had defended the empire against all odds. Their hearts were filled with pride and a deep sense of duty. Yet, in quiet moments, some wondered about the new challenges that lay ahead. They exchanged simple words of encouragement with their neighbors, a pat on the shoulder, a shared smile, each act a small reminder that they were not alone in facing what was to come. In the vast encampment, under the clear sky, the Persian army awaited the arrival of the fateful day. The air was charged with the energy of preparation and the weight of destiny. Each soldier, in his own way, was ready to honor the legacy of his people. The shimmering heat of the day, the disciplined movements of the troops, and the silent prayers of the faithful all combined to create an atmosphere that was both solemn and hopeful. Thus, as the sun climbed high and the shadows shortened, the Persian army stood unveiled, a living, breathing force of history and ambition. They were the warriors of a great empire, a force that had long been the envy of the ancient world. With every breath and every heartbeat, they prepared to face the challenge that lay ahead, a challenge that would soon bring them face to face with the young, determined king from Macedon. In that moment, amid the sound of clanging armor and the quiet rustle of determined souls, the Persian army readied itself to write the next chapter in a story that had begun long before either man or king had dreamed of conquest. In the early light of a new day in Macedon, the army of Alexander was already hard at work. Known as the Macedonian Machine, this force was more than just a group of soldiers. It was a finely tuned instrument built on discipline, clever ideas, and unity. Every soldier, from the youngest recruit to the seasoned veteran, played a part in creating an army that was both strong and smart. In the heart of the camp, the training grounds were alive with movement. Men practiced their drills with steady determination. The sound of wooden practice swords clashing, the steady beat of marching feet, and the soft murmur of instructions filled the air. Alexander's generals believed that strength was not only in the sword or the shield but in the unity and discipline of the troops. Every day, the soldiers learned to work together as one. They drilled until each movement became second nature. The simple, clear commands given by their leaders were repeated over and over, until every soldier knew exactly when to strike and when to hold back. The backbone of the Macedonian machine was the phalanx, a tight formation of foot soldiers armed with long spears called sarissas. These spears were much longer than the weapons used by other armies. With a sarissa in hand, a soldier could reach out far beyond his own body, creating a wall of sharp points. In the phalanx, rows upon rows of soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, their spears overlapping like the teeth of a great comb. This formation was not only strong but also very flexible. When one part of the line moved, the rest moved in harmony. The phalanx could push forward like a tidal wave, overwhelming any enemy that dared to come close. Training for the phalanx was hard and simple. Young men learned from the moment they could walk that a soldier's duty was to protect his brothers in arms. They spent long hours practicing in the sun, learning how to hold their spears, how to shield each other, and how to move as one. The drills were repetitive, but each repetition made the soldiers more certain of their role. In those moments, the individual was lost in the strength of the group. This was the essence of the Macedonian machine, many brave men working as one unstoppable force. Not far from the foot soldiers, another part of the army trained with equal care, the companion cavalry. Mounted on strong horses, these riders were known for their speed and courage. They practiced riding in close formation, turning sharply on the dusty paths, and charging with all their might. The companion cavalry was led by Alexander himself on many occasions. When the king rode at the head of the cavalry, his presence alone boosted the morale of every rider. These horsemen were not only swift, but also highly skilled at fighting on horseback. Their training taught them how to work with the phalanx by exploiting gaps in the enemy lines. When the foot soldiers held the front, the cavalry would circle around, striking hard and fast at the enemy's flank. The success of the Macedonian machine lay in its balance. Alexander had built an army where every part, from the sturdy phalanx to the lightning-fast cavalry, complemented the other. Even the smaller units, like light infantry and archers, had their special roles. The light infantry moved quickly and could fire arrows at a rapid pace, while the archers found good positions behind the main force to pick off enemy soldiers. This blend of skills allowed Alexander's army to be flexible, ready to face any challenge that the enemy might bring. A key to the Macedonian machine was the emphasis on simplicity. The language used in training was clear and direct. Commands were given in plain words that every soldier could understand. "Hold the line!" "Advance together!" and "Turn right!" These were words repeated so often that they became the heartbeat of the army. The simplicity of these commands meant that even in the heat of battle, when chaos reigned, every man knew what to do. There was no confusion, no room for doubt. Each soldier moved as if guided by an inner rhythm, a rhythm that had been set by countless hours of practice. In the busy camps, the sound of training was matched by the scent of the earth and the sweat of hard work. Under the bright Macedonian sun, the soldiers' faces shone with determination. They worked together to lift heavy logs, build temporary shelters, and repair their simple weapons. Each task, no matter how small, was part of the preparation for the great battles ahead. The army was built on the idea that every act of work contributed to the strength of the whole. This spirit of cooperation was what made the Macedonian machine so powerful. Alexander's strategy was built on the foundation of his army's training. He knew that a well-organized force could overcome a larger enemy if every soldier played his part. It was not just about raw strength, it was about the careful planning and the steady, relentless push of a united group. The Macedonian machine was famous for its ability to change direction quickly and to adapt to new challenges. If the enemy tried to outflank the phalanx, the cavalry would respond in kind. If the enemy's archers fired a deadly volley, the light infantry would shift to protect the main force. This kind of quick thinking was not accidental. It was the result of long hours of practice and a deep trust among the men. In the evenings, when the day's work was done and the camp settled into a quiet rest, the soldiers would gather around small fires. There, they shared stories of past victories and talked about the simple joys of home. They remembered the laughter of family, the taste of fresh bread, and the warm smiles of their loved ones. These moments of rest were precious. They reminded the soldiers that they fought not only for glory but also to create a better life for everyone they cared about. The simple words spoken by friends in the glow of the fire carried as much strength as the commands on the training field. They were a reminder that every soldier was part of something greater, a family built on trust, courage, and hope. The Macedonian machine was more than just a military force. It was a living example of how discipline and unity could change the course of history. In the face of overwhelming odds, Alexander's army stood firm because every man knew his role and trusted his comrades. The clear, simple instructions and the constant practice of moving as one created an unbreakable bond among the soldiers. When they charged into battle, they did not see each other as individuals but as parts of a single, powerful body. This unity was the secret that allowed the Macedonian machine to overcome many great challenges, from fierce battles to harsh marches under the blazing sun. Leaders in the army always stressed that the strength of the Macedonian machine was built on the idea of sharing the load. Whether it was carrying supplies over long distances or standing shoulder to shoulder in the heat of combat, every man contributed his share. The simple act of working together, of knowing that every small effort added up to a great force, gave the soldiers the confidence to face even the most daunting tasks. They learned that a single man might be strong, but a group of determined men could move mountains. As the days turned into weeks, the Macedonian machine continued to hone its skills. Drills became routines, and routines became habits. Every training session was a step toward perfection, a step toward the day when the army would meet its destiny on the field of battle. The precision of the phalanx, the speed of the cavalry, and the quick reactions of the light infantry all came together in perfect harmony. This careful preparation meant that when the time came, every man would know exactly what to do, and every move would be a part of a grand plan. In the simple, honest language of the soldiers, there was a deep understanding of what it meant to fight for something greater than oneself. Their training was not just about learning techniques, it was about building character and trust. Every drop of sweat on the training field was a promise that when the battle came, they would stand together as one. And that promise made the Macedonian machine not only strong in body but also strong in spirit. The story of the Macedonian machine is a tale of simple ideas leading to great achievements. It is a reminder that the most powerful forces in history are not built on complex theories or grand speeches but on hard work, clear commands, and the trust that binds people together. In the quiet moments before battle, when every soldier looked to his leader with hope and determination, the Macedonian machine was at its strongest. It was a force that believed in the power of unity, and in the promise of a better future, a force that would soon change the course of history with every step taken on the field of battle. Thus, in the training grounds of Macedon, under the bright and steady sun, the Macedonian machine was forged. It was built on simple truths, that every soldier's effort mattered, that clear and plain words could lead to great deeds, and that unity and discipline were the keys to victory. With each passing day, as the army trained and worked side by side, it grew stronger and more ready for the challenges that lay ahead. And as Alexander looked upon his troops, he saw not just a collection of men, but a single, mighty force that was destined to bring change to the ancient world. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the first light of day gently touched the Macedonian camp, Alexander and his officers gathered to discuss their plans. They knew that fighting a mighty enemy like the Persian army would require more than courage and strength. It would demand smart thinking and new ideas. In these early hours, under a sky that was slowly turning from dark blue to soft pink, Alexander spoke in plain, steady words. "We must be different," he said. "Our strength lies not just in our numbers, but in the way we use them." These words marked the beginning of a series of new tactics, innovations that would change the course of history. One of the most important ideas was the use of the long spear, the sarissa. The soldiers in the phalanx held these spears in long rows, creating a wall of sharp points. Unlike the short swords and spears used by many other armies, the sarissa gave the Macedonian soldiers a long reach. This simple change meant that when they advanced as a unit, they could keep their enemies at a distance. The phalanx moved slowly and steadily, but its strength was in its unity. Every man in the line knew that his duty was to stand firm and hold the formation. The overlapping spears formed a barrier that was hard to break. In plain words, the phalanx became a moving fortress that could push forward against even the strongest opposition. But Alexander did not rely on one tactic alone. He understood that the battlefield was like a great puzzle where every piece had its place. His officers worked hard to combine the strength of the phalanx with the speed of the cavalry. The companion cavalry, a group of brave horsemen who rode at the head of the army, was used to attack the enemy from the sides. In simple terms, while the foot soldiers kept the enemy busy in front, the cavalry moved quickly to hit them where they were weakest. This idea of working together, each unit supporting the other, was new to many armies of that time. Alexander's force was built like a well-oiled machine, where each part knew its role and played it perfectly. Alexander was always watching the movements of his enemies and the way battles unfolded. He believed that the key to victory was to keep the enemy off balance, to force them to react instead of acting on their own plans. One method he used was speed. When the enemy moved too slowly or hesitated, he would order a quick advance. His soldiers moved with a purpose, their steps light yet determined. They pressed forward before the enemy could gather its strength. This element of surprise was a powerful tool. The simple idea was that speed and timing could overcome even a larger force. In battles that followed, Alexander's army was known for its rapid movements, always one step ahead of its rivals. Another important innovation was the use of combined arms. This meant that the Macedonian army did not fight as separate groups, but as a single unit where each part helped the others. For example, while the phalanx held the center with its long spears, the light infantry and archers moved around the flanks. These groups could launch arrows and javelins, targeting the enemy's soldiers and causing confusion. Their job was to weaken the enemy before the heavy forces met them. In simple language, it was like softening up a foe before a strong blow was struck. The light troops were quick and nimble, darting in and out of combat, always ready to support the main attack. In planning each move, Alexander kept the ideas simple and clear. He believed that even in the chaos of battle, every soldier should understand what he was expected to do. His orders were short and direct. "Hold your line!" or "Move on the left!" were instructions that left little room for doubt. This clarity helped his soldiers act without hesitation, even when danger was all around. The simplicity of the commands was a key part of the tactical innovation. When every man knew exactly what to do, the entire army could work together as one strong unit. Innovation was not only about how to attack, but also about how to protect. Alexander introduced new methods of defense that allowed his soldiers to avoid being overwhelmed. One such idea was the careful use of reserves. While the main body of the army fought on, a smaller group of well-trained soldiers was kept in reserve. Their job was to fill in gaps if the enemy broke through, or to exploit any weakness that appeared in the enemy's formation. This reserve force was like a safety net, ready to catch any trouble before it could spread. It was a simple, smart way to ensure that the army was never caught off guard. Another clever tactic was the use of terrain. Alexander was a keen observer of the land, and he often chose his battles where the ground would favor his forces. He would pick fields that were flat and open for the phalanx to show its strength, or areas with natural obstacles that could slow down the enemy. In one instance, he chose a battlefield where the morning sun would blind the enemy's archers, giving his own soldiers a chance to close in. The idea was simple: use nature's own gifts to help your cause. By understanding the lay of the land, Alexander turned the battlefield into an ally rather than a hindrance. In preparing for battle, Alexander also used the element of feigned retreat. This tactic involved pretending to fall back in fear, luring the enemy into a trap. When the enemy chased, believing that victory was near, the Macedonian soldiers would suddenly turn and counterattack. This unexpected move often caught the enemy off guard and broke their ranks. The trick was simple, yet it required discipline and precise timing. The soldiers had to know when to give the illusion of weakness and when to show their true strength. In many battles, this method turned what looked like a retreat into a powerful offensive maneuver. The innovations in tactics were not invented in a day. They came from long hours of training, careful planning, and learning from every encounter on the battlefield. Alexander and his commanders studied the ways of the past and thought of new ways to use old ideas. They listened to the advice of their officers and even learned from their mistakes. Every battle was a lesson, and every victory, no matter how small, was a step toward a greater understanding of warfare. In this way, the tactics of the Macedonian army evolved, growing more sophisticated while still remaining simple and clear. The simplicity of these ideas made them powerful. There was no need for complex strategies that only a few could understand. Instead, every soldier knew his part, and every unit worked in harmony. This unity was a direct result of the innovative tactics that Alexander had introduced. When the Macedonian army moved as one, with the phalanx at the center, the cavalry on the wings, and the light troops ready to support, it was like watching a well-rehearsed dance. Every movement was planned, every step had meaning, and the result was an army that could face even the most formidable enemy. As the sun rose higher in the sky and the day of battle drew nearer, the Macedonian soldiers felt a sense of calm determination. They knew that their strength lay not in the number of men, but in the power of their ideas. The simple, innovative tactics that had been honed in training were now ready to be put to the test. With every drill and every practice session, they had become experts in the art of war. Their confidence grew with the belief that their unity and smart planning would carry them to victory. The innovations and tactics that Alexander introduced would be remembered for centuries to come. They were not just clever ideas. They were the building blocks of a new way of fighting, a way that valued speed, unity, and clear thinking above all else. In the heat of battle, when the clash of weapons and the roar of the crowd filled the air, it was these simple ideas that gave the Macedonian army its edge. They allowed a smaller force to take on much larger armies, and they showed that victory was not just a matter of brute strength, but of strategy and heart. Thus, in the days leading up to the great battle, the Macedonian army prepared not only its weapons and armor but also its minds. The lessons learned in training were clear and easy to remember. Every soldier was part of a machine that ran on simple, powerful ideas that could change the fate of empires. As Alexander looked out over his troops, he saw not just soldiers, but a team bound together by innovation and shared purpose. Their clear orders and practiced moves were a promise that they were ready for whatever lay ahead. In that quiet morning light, with the first rays of sun warming the camp, the innovations and tactics were more than plans on a map. They were a way of life for the Macedonian army, a way to face the challenges of battle with a steady hand and a brave heart. And as the day unfolded, every simple command, every well-timed move, and every soldier's determined step brought them closer to a future where their ideas would shape the world. As the pale light of dawn grew stronger over the vast plain, the air was filled with a hushed tension. Both armies, Alexander's Macedonian force and Darius III's mighty Persian host, began to stir with purpose. Today was the day when preparation would give way to battle, and every soldier knew that the way they drew their lines would decide the fate of the coming fight. On one side of the field, Alexander's men moved in unison like a well-rehearsed dance. The Macedonian army was organized into tight groups, each with a clear role to play. At the heart of this arrangement was the formidable phalanx. In neat rows, the foot soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, their long spears, known as sarissas, held at the ready. The sight was striking, a wall of spears that stretched as far as the eye could see. The phalanx was the backbone of the Macedonian formation. Every man in it was trained to hold the line, to press forward slowly and steadily, and to protect the force behind him. Alexander, standing at a high point near the center of his army, surveyed the scene with calm determination. His eyes moved along the formation as if he were reading a great, living map. The phalanx, strong and unyielding, formed the center of the line. To its right and left, the light infantry and archers took their places. They were ready to support the heavy foot soldiers and to move quickly when the moment called for it. Further out on the wings, the companion cavalry prepared to ride. Their horses pawed the ground, eager and restless. They were the quick force meant to circle around the enemy and strike at weak points. Every soldier in Alexander's army understood his role. Simple, clear commands had been drilled into their hearts during long hours of training. Hold the line! Advance together! Cover your flank! These words were repeated until they were as natural as breathing. There was no confusion in the ranks. Each man knew that their strength came from their unity. As the sun climbed higher, the Macedonian formation took shape with a quiet grace, like a well-drawn line on a piece of parchment. Across the field, the Persian army prepared in a very different way. Darius III's force was vast and diverse, a mix of warriors from many lands, each with their own style and traditions. The Persian commanders had arranged their troops in a sprawling formation that stretched wide across the plain. In the center, heavy infantry formed the main line. These soldiers wore shining armor and carried sturdy shields and spears. Their task was to stand firm and create a barrier that would stop the enemy's advance. Around them, lighter units and skirmishers took their positions. They moved in looser formations, ready to dart forward and launch arrows or javelins at the approaching Macedonians. The Persian line was not as compact as the Macedonian phalanx. Instead, it was built like a mosaic, with different pieces coming together to form a grand picture. Charioteers, with their bright and decorated vehicles, lined up near the front. Their role was to provide rapid fire and to create openings by disrupting the enemy's focus. On the flanks, swift cavalry units were arranged to guard against any attempt to bypass the center. The Persian formation was a testament to the empire's diversity. Each type of soldier played a role, and every group was expected to work in harmony, even though they came from different parts of a vast land. As the two armies drew near to one another, the plain itself seemed to hold its breath. The Macedonians, with their clear, straight lines and disciplined ranks, appeared almost like a single living creature, moving with one purpose. In contrast, the Persian army was like a great, many-colored tapestry, vibrant, diverse, and filled with both beauty and uncertainty. The differences between the two forces were clear. Alexander's formation was small in number but tight and precise, while the Persian force was large and varied, its strength lying in its numbers and the variety of its fighters. In the moments just before the clash, the commanders on both sides worked quickly to make final adjustments. Alexander walked along the line, speaking in soft yet clear tones. He touched a soldier's shoulder here, adjusted the formation there, ensuring that every man knew his place. His words were simple reminders of duty and courage. "Stand firm," he said. "Remember your training. We fight as one." His presence was a steady light in the midst of the growing storm, and his men looked to him with unwavering trust. On the Persian side, Darius III's generals huddled together under makeshift tents. They spoke in measured voices, discussing how best to use the wide field and the many different types of troops at their command. Their plans were grand, and they hoped that the sheer scale of their numbers would overwhelm the enemy. Yet, there was a note of worry in their voices. They knew that Alexander's reputation had grown with every battle, and that the young king's tactics were unlike anything they had seen before. Still, they trusted in the legacy of their empire and in the strength of their varied forces. As the final rays of the sun began to warm the battlefield, both sides took their places in the dust. The Macedonians were ready in their perfect lines, every soldier standing tall with determination in his eyes. The Persian army, with its sprawling array of warriors, looked out across the plain like a great, diverse sea. In that quiet moment, the only sound was the soft rustle of the wind and the steady, measured breathing of thousands of men. For the Macedonians, drawing the line was more than just a military maneuver, it was a promise. A promise that they would hold their ground against the might of an empire, that their training, unity, and the clear orders of their king would carry them to victory. Every man in the phalanx had been taught that when he stood shoulder to shoulder with his comrades, he was as strong as the entire line. It was a simple truth, one that had been repeated in every drill and every battle before. And as they looked out over the field, that truth shone in their eyes. The Persian formation, though large and diverse, carried its own kind of promise. The varied warriors of the Persian army had been brought together by the strength of tradition and the power of an ancient empire. They believed in the glory of their forefathers and in the deep, rich history of their land. Their formation was not as tight as the Macedonians, but it was filled with the hope that numbers and variety could create a shield strong enough to ward off any enemy. Every warrior, from the charioteers to the heavy infantry, had his own role to play, and each was ready to fight for the honor of Persia. As the two formations faced each other across the open plain, the sense of anticipation grew. The line drawn by Alexander's men was a mark of precision, discipline, and unwavering trust in their leader. The Persian line, though sprawling and diverse, was a reminder of the vast power of a great empire. In the soft light of early morning, the battlefield became a stage for a contest of simple truths: unity versus diversity, precision against mass, and the determined will of a small but mighty force against the long-held strength of tradition. The quiet before the storm was filled with the weight of history. Each formation was more than a group of soldiers, it was a living symbol of the hopes, dreams, and struggles of entire peoples. The Macedonian line, drawn with careful thought and endless practice, promised that even the smallest force could change the world if it fought as one. The Persian formation, built on centuries of conquest and the many colors of a vast empire, promised that a great nation would always stand together in the face of challenge. In that profound moment, with the lines drawn and the armies ready, the battlefield seemed to hold its breath. The simplicity of the orders and the clarity of the formations were like a quiet prayer for victory. Every man, whether standing in the compact ranks of the phalanx or part of the wide and varied Persian host, felt the power of that moment deep within his heart. As the sun continued to rise and the light grew brighter, the stage was set. The lines drawn on the dusty plain were not just markings on the earth. They were the starting point of a battle that would decide the fate of empires. In simple words and clear actions, both armies readied themselves for what was to come. And in the silent, determined look in each soldier's eyes, there lay the promise of a history that was about to be written in the clash of steel and the thunder of hoofs. In the soft glow of early morning, as the sun crept over the horizon, the battlefield at Gaugamela was bathed in a gentle, golden light. The calm before the storm was almost complete, a heavy, silent pause that seemed to hold every man's breath in its grip. For hours, both Alexander's Macedonian army and the vast Persian host had stood ready, their formations drawn and their hearts steeled for what was to come. In that quiet moment, the simple truth was clear: soon, the peace would shatter, and the opening salvo would mark the start of a battle that would be remembered for all time. The first sound to break the silence was a low, steady hum, almost like the rumble of an approaching storm. Then came the clarion call of horns and the clear, firm orders of commanders. Alexander, standing near the front of his formation, raised his hand and spoke in a voice that was both calm and resolute. "Today, we stand together. Today, we show our strength." His words, simple and direct, filled every soldier with a renewed sense of purpose. At that very moment, the Macedonian line began to move. The phalanx, with its wall of long sarissas, advanced steadily, each step measured and sure. The disciplined ranks of foot soldiers moved as one, their eyes fixed ahead, their bodies ready to absorb the shock of the first clash. On the wings, the companion cavalry shifted into position, while the light infantry and archers fell into their supportive roles. Every man knew his duty, every heart beat with the quiet determination of a united force. Across the field, the Persian army stirred in response. The diverse ranks of warriors, heavy infantry, agile skirmishers, and the gleaming charioteers, prepared to meet the challenge. Darius III's commanders barked orders in a language that mixed urgency with the deep traditions of an ancient empire. The Persian formation was vast, its lines sprawling like a great tapestry woven from many peoples and cultures. Though less compact than the Macedonian ranks, the Persians relied on their sheer numbers and the variety of their forces to create a formidable shield. Then, as if on a single, well-timed cue, the two forces surged forward. The first rays of sunlight caught the edges of spears and armor, turning the battlefield into a scene of shimmering light and movement. The opening salvo began with a rush, a sudden, explosive charge from the Macedonian phalanx. The heavy foot soldiers pushed forward in unison, the tips of their long spears glinting like a row of bright stars against the darkened plain. Their steady advance was a testament to the countless hours of training and the simple, unyielding discipline that had been drilled into them. At the very front, as the Macedonian soldiers closed the gap, the Persian heavy infantry braced for the impact. Shields were raised and spears gripped tightly, and for a few heartbeats, the two formations met in a collision of wills. The sound of clashing metal, the thud of bodies striking shields, and the sharp report of arrows whistling overhead filled the air. It was as if the calm morning had exploded into a storm of sound, a cacophony that marked the beginning of the battle. In the midst of this clash, every soldier experienced a mix of fear and fierce determination. For many, the opening salvo was the first true test of all they had learned. In the tight ranks of the phalanx, each man felt the pressure of his comrades leaning into him, forming an unbreakable line against the enemy. The overlapping spears created a barrier that forced the Persian soldiers to struggle for every inch. The simple idea was clear: hold the line and let your unity be your strength. As the Macedonians pressed forward, the companion cavalry made their move. With a swift, graceful charge, they swept out from the wings of the formation, their horses pounding the earth in rapid, rhythmic beats. The cavalry's task was to hit the enemy where they were weakest, at the flanks of the Persian line. In a blur of motion, the horsemen circled around, their own swords flashing in the morning light. Their rapid charge was unexpected, a burst of energy that aimed to disrupt the enemy's formation and create chaos among the ranks. Simple and bold, this maneuver was one of Alexander's trusted tactics, one that had been practiced until it became as natural as breathing. The opening salvo was not a single moment but a series of small, interconnected events. On one side of the battlefield, the Macedonian phalanx met the Persian heavy infantry in a meeting of unyielding force. On the other, the swift cavalry thundered along the flanks, while light infantry and archers moved to support, sending arrows and javelins to soften the enemy's resolve. In every corner of the field, the sound of battle grew louder. The initial impact of the two armies colliding was like the first crack of a whip, a signal that there was no turning back. Amid the noise and fury, individual moments of bravery shone through. A young Macedonian soldier, his face set in determination, stepped forward to hold his position even as arrows whizzed by. Nearby, a seasoned warrior of the phalanx shouted simple orders to his comrades, urging them to maintain their formation. Every small act of courage contributed to the larger picture, a living, breathing force that was determined to forge its destiny with every strike. The Persians, too, responded with moments of valor. A group of archers, hidden behind the shield wall of their comrades, released a volley of arrows that arced gracefully through the air, darkening the sky momentarily. Their aim was to target the advancing enemy, to slow down the relentless push of the phalanx. In another part of the field, a band of charioteers revved their horses and charged forward, their chariots rumbling like thunder as they sought to break the enemy's rhythm. Every unit in the Persian army had its part to play, and in the opening salvo, each acted in a way that reflected the traditions and hopes of an ancient empire. As the initial clash deepened, the battlefield became a scene of shifting lines and desperate efforts. The noise was nearly overwhelming, the clash of metal, the shouts of men, the cries of wounded comrades, and yet, through it all, a sense of order persisted. The simple, clear commands that had been drilled into every soldier rang out over the din. "Hold the line! Advance together! Cover your flanks!" These words, repeated again and again, served as anchors in the chaos. They reminded every man that he was part of a larger whole, that his strength came not from his individual prowess but from the unity of his formation. In those early moments of combat, time seemed to stretch. Each second was filled with the raw intensity of life and death. The first blows were struck, and every man felt the weight of destiny upon his shoulders. The Macedonian phalanx, with its long spears and unbreakable discipline, pressed on relentlessly, driving the Persian soldiers back step by step. On the wings, the swift cavalry inflicted damage and then retreated quickly, as if to lure parts of the enemy into vulnerable positions. In the midst of the chaos, there were moments when the battle seemed almost like a dance of movement and counter-movement, where every shift in formation was a step toward an uncertain future. As the opening salvo continued, both armies began to learn the simple language of this new conflict. The Persians adjusted their formations in response to the swift maneuvers of the Macedonians. The Macedonians, in turn, exploited every small gap that appeared in the enemy's ranks. It was a game of small moves, each push, each retreat, each counterattack adding up to the larger struggle that would soon decide the fate of empires. The early phase of the battle was a time of both hope and hardship. For the Macedonian soldiers, every charge and every parry was a reaffirmation of their training and the simple truths they had learned in the fields of Macedon. Their unity, their discipline, and their trust in their leader allowed them to face the overwhelming force of the Persian army with a calm that bordered on defiance. And though the Persian host was large and diverse, its strength lay in its numbers, a strength that, for the moment, was being tested by the relentless push of Alexander's forces. In the midst of the opening salvo, amid the chaos of clashing armies and the roar of battle, there was also a deep, quiet hope. The hope that in the struggle, a new future would be forged, a future where the simple ideas of unity and discipline could overcome even the greatest challenges. The opening salvo was not just the start of a battle. It was the first step on a journey that would reshape the ancient world. As the minutes turned into what felt like hours, the noise of the battle grew into a steady, pulsing rhythm, a rhythm of survival, courage, and the unyielding will to win. Every soldier, whether in the tight rows of the Macedonian phalanx or among the sprawling ranks of the Persian army, played a part in this great opening act. The clash of steel and the pounding of hooves were the sounds of destiny being written on a dusty plain. And as the battle continued, each man knew that the outcome of these first moments would set the tone for the day, a day that would be remembered as the moment when the simple act of charging forward changed the fate of two great empires. In that unforgettable morning, as the opening salvo reverberated across the field, both armies realized that there was no retreat from fate. The clear, steady determination in every soldier's eyes shone like a beacon amid the chaos. The Macedonian and Persian forces, each with their own traditions and simple truths, had taken the first steps into a battle that would echo through history. And though the dust swirled and the battle raged on, the opening salvo remained a symbol of a moment when two worlds clashed in the most direct and honest way possible, a moment when the hopes and dreams of entire peoples were set into motion with a single, resounding charge. As the dust of the opening salvo began to settle, the battle's intensity reached a fevered pitch. In the midst of clashing shields and whistling arrows, a new sound broke through, a powerful thundering from the wings. It was the charge of the companion cavalry, a moment that would shift the tide of battle and etch itself into the memory of every man on the field. The companion cavalry was the pride of Alexander's army. These horsemen, chosen for their strength, skill, and loyalty, were not only fast but brave beyond measure. Mounted on well-trained horses, they had been practicing their maneuvers day and night. Their horses moved with a grace that belied the strength of their charge. In the quiet hours before this moment, as the Macedonian soldiers had listened to their leader's calm yet determined words, they knew that the cavalry's move would be the spark to ignite a flame that could not be quenched. It was near mid-morning when Alexander, dressed in simple armor and mounted on his own trusted steed, rode forward to lead his companions. The light caught on his eyes, clear and focused, as he surveyed the chaos of the battlefield. With a firm, clear command, he signaled his cavalry to prepare for a charge. "Now, strike the enemy's flank! Show them our strength!" he called, his voice carrying over the roar of battle. In an instant, the companion cavalry surged forward. Their charge was swift and coordinated, a single, powerful thrust into the enemy's side. The horses pounded the dusty ground, their hooves beating out a rapid rhythm like the heart of a mighty drum. As they advanced, the riders leaned forward, urging their steeds with simple, determined shouts. Each man knew that this charge was not just a display of speed but a carefully planned maneuver to break the enemy's resolve. The Persian soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden rush from the flank, scrambled to adjust their lines. For a moment, confusion reigned among their ranks. The disciplined formation of the companion cavalry cut through the gaps like a sharpened blade. The cavalrymen, with their swords held high and shields glinting in the sunlight, struck hard and fast. Their target was clear: to disrupt the enemy's formation and force the heavy infantry to break rank. The impact was immediate. In the area where the cavalry collided with the Persian force, the enemy's line wavered. Shouts of alarm mingled with the sounds of clashing metal. Persian archers, previously hidden behind their shields, hastily released a flurry of arrows, but many were deflected by the swift movements of the charging horsemen. The sheer force of the companion cavalry's charge pushed some of the enemy back, opening gaps in their lines that the Macedonian foot soldiers in the phalanx could quickly move in to exploit. Alexander rode at the head of his cavalry, his eyes never leaving the enemy lines. In simple words that cut through the din of battle, he urged his men onward. "Do not falter! Let your courage lead you!" His presence was a beacon, and every rider drew strength from the sight of their leader charging forward fearlessly. The bond between Alexander and his companions was forged through countless hours of training and shared hardships. In that crucial moment, it shone brightly, inspiring each man to give his all. The charge was more than a physical maneuver, it was a statement of the Macedonian spirit. The companion cavalry had been built on the ideas of speed, unity, and daring. Their attack was not random, it was a precise, well-practiced move designed to create chaos in the enemy ranks. As the cavalry pressed on, Persian soldiers who had once stood firm began to retreat in confusion. Some tried to regroup, while others sought shelter behind the shield wall of the heavy infantry. But the charge had done its work. It shattered the enemy's momentum and set in motion a chain of events that would lead to a greater collapse in the Persian formation. Among the dust and clamor of the battlefield, the simple truth of the cavalry's charge became clear. Every horse, every rider, and every command had been part of a larger plan, a plan to use speed and surprise to overcome even overwhelming numbers. The companion cavalry's thrust was like a bolt of lightning, brief but powerful, striking a critical blow to the enemy's will to fight. For many Macedonian soldiers watching from the lines, the charge was a turning point. They saw their comrades, their trusted riders, moving as one and striking with unyielding force. This act of bravery lifted the spirits of the entire army. In the midst of chaos, the clear, determined charge of the companion cavalry was a reminder that they fought for a cause greater than themselves. Their unity and readiness were the very essence of the Macedonian way of war. The effects of the cavalry charge rippled through the battle. With the Persian flank disrupted, the heavy infantry in the phalanx found new strength. They pushed forward, their long spears extending like a wall of determination. The combined force of the disciplined foot soldiers and the daring cavalry began to tilt the balance on the field. Every man in the Macedonian army knew that the moment was crucial. The simple, bold action of a few brave riders was now supporting the might of an entire army. As the charge continued, the Persian commanders attempted to regain control of the situation. They ordered their cavalry to counterattack, trying to fill the gaps that had opened in their lines. But the speed and precision of Alexander's men were too much. The companion cavalry had already shown that they could outflank and outmaneuver the enemy. In their wake, disorder spread among the Persian ranks. Soldiers who had once fought with steady resolve now found themselves in a state of disarray. The clear, simple orders from their own leaders began to falter in the face of such rapid movement. Even in the chaos, there were moments of individual heroism. A young cavalryman, his face flushed with the exertion of the charge, found himself in the thick of the enemy's line. With a steady grip on his sword, he fought on, determined not to let his position be overrun. His simple act of bravery was echoed by others, each man doing his part to hold the line or push the enemy back. It was these individual moments, combined with the overwhelming power of the charge, that made the Macedonian attack so effective. Time seemed to slow as the companion cavalry pressed deeper. The simple, clear actions, riding fast, striking hard, and then quickly regrouping, created a pattern of movement that was almost like a well-rehearsed dance. In the midst of the tumult, Alexander's eyes never wavered. He scanned the battlefield, adjusting his plans with every surge of the enemy's reaction. His strategic mind, always working to keep the force unified and adaptable, made sure that the cavalry's charge remained a decisive factor in the battle. For the Persian soldiers, the sight of the companion cavalry was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. They had long relied on the strength of their numbers and the diverse skills of their warriors. But nothing could have prepared them for the sudden, relentless power of a force that moved as one. The shock of the charge reverberated through the enemy lines, and for the first time that day, the confidence of the Persian ranks began to crumble. In the simple clarity of the cavalry's attack lay a lesson for all. In battle, unity and speed could overcome even the mightiest force. As the charge reached its peak, the Macedonian cavalry began to meld back into the larger formation. Their mission was not to hold the enemy in a permanent rout but to create openings, gaps that the rest of the army could exploit. With their swift, coordinated strike, the companion cavalry had disrupted the enemy's plans, forcing the Persian commanders to rethink their strategy. The momentum now shifted toward Alexander's forces, and every soldier could sense the change in the air. The simple idea that a few brave riders could spark a turning point had proven true. The impact of the charge continued to be felt long after the initial clash. In the wake of the companion cavalry, the Macedonian phalanx advanced with renewed vigor. The unity that had been displayed on the wings rippled through the center. Soldiers, inspired by the daring charge, fought with a newfound determination. Every clash of swords, every cry of encouragement, and every simple command contributed to a growing tide that carried the Macedonians forward. For many, the memory of the charge would later become a symbol of what the Macedonian army stood for: the power of unity, discipline, and clear, simple tactics executed with unwavering courage. Alexander's decision to lead the companion cavalry personally was a turning point not just for the Battle of Gaugamela, but for the future of warfare itself. In that moment, the idea that a smaller, well-trained force could outmaneuver a larger, more diverse army became a lesson that would be remembered through the ages. As the battle raged on and the dust settled slowly over the field, the echo of the cavalry's charge lingered in every soldier's heart. It was a reminder that sometimes, the simplest ideas, a fast charge, a well-timed move, clear orders given in the heat of battle, could change the course of history. The bravery of the companion cavalry, riding together as one unstoppable force, had given Alexander's army the edge it needed to press on. In the quiet moments that followed the charge, as the Macedonian lines regrouped and prepared for the next phase of the fight, there was a sense of calm determination. Every man, whether on foot or mounted on horseback, carried the memory of that bold attack with him. It was a promise of what could be achieved when unity and courage met the challenge of a great battle. And as the day wore on, the legacy of the companion cavalry's charge became a beacon of hope, a clear sign that even in the face of overwhelming odds, simple, brave actions could turn the tide of fate. As the battle raged on under the clear blue sky, the Macedonian army found itself at a critical juncture. The initial clash had thrown the Persian ranks into disarray, but the great challenge was yet to come. The Persian center, a dense, organized wall of heavy infantry and charioteers, stood firm as a symbol of ancient might and tradition. It was here, in the very heart of the enemy's formation, that Alexander's forces planned their next bold move, to penetrate the Persian center and force the enemy into chaos. In the thick of the fighting, the Macedonian phalanx held its steady line, its long spears, sarissas, reaching out like a barrier of shining metal. Every soldier in that line had been drilled in the art of collective strength. They moved as one, each man aware that his duty was not only to advance but to protect his brothers in arms. The phalanx had already pushed back the Persian heavy infantry on one flank, and now, under the watchful eye of Alexander, they prepared to strike a decisive blow at the enemy's center. Alexander's plan was both daring and simple. With the support of the companion cavalry still fresh from their courageous charge, the idea was to create a breach, a gap wide enough for the most experienced warriors to surge through. The hope was that, once inside, the disciplined Macedonian soldiers would disrupt the Persian center from within, turning the enemy's strength into its weakness. In quiet, clear commands that had been repeated throughout the day, Alexander ordered his best men to form a specialized unit. "Now move forward as one," he said in a tone that brooked no hesitation. "Let our unity carve a path through their center." The selected soldiers, veterans of many smaller battles, stepped forward from the phalanx. They were known for their unwavering discipline and their ability to fight in tight, coordinated groups. With their shields held high and spears at the ready, they advanced toward the Persian center like a small but determined storm. Every step they took was measured and sure, a testament to the countless hours of training that had made them one with their formation. On the other side, the Persian center had its own story. For centuries, warriors from across the vast empire had stood shoulder to shoulder in defense of their land. Their ranks were filled with heavy infantry clad in polished armor and bearing sturdy shields. They fought with the confidence that came from tradition, knowing that the center was the very heart of their strength. Charioteers, their vehicles adorned with intricate designs, stood ready to support the infantry. Their presence was meant to inspire and to intimidate, a living reminder of Persia's ancient glory. As the Macedonian unit reached the edge of the Persian center, the tension in the air grew almost tangible. Dust swirled around the soldiers' feet, and the clang of metal against metal rang out like the beating of a great drum. In that moment, the battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Every man, both Macedonian and Persian, was aware that the next few minutes would determine the future course of the day. The Macedonian warriors surged forward, their simple yet effective tactic in full display. With a sharp cry, they pressed into the gaps between the Persian soldiers. The first contact was brief but intense, a meeting of two worlds at the very heart of conflict. The Macedonian fighters, trained to move as one, quickly established a small foothold inside the enemy line. Their spears thrust forward with precise timing, and their shields locked together to form a barrier against counterattacks. Inside the Persian center, the shock of the Macedonian penetration sent ripples of confusion through the ranks. For a moment, the disciplined wall of the Persian infantry wavered. The seasoned warriors, who had relied on their numbers and their ancient fighting style, found themselves facing an enemy that was as quick in its movements as it was united in purpose. The simple, clear orders from the Macedonian leaders echoed in the minds of the advancing soldiers: hold the line, keep moving, and never give up. The Macedonian unit that had broken through wasted no time. Once inside the Persian center, they spread out in a controlled manner, like a wedge aimed at splitting an enemy block. Their task was not to overwhelm every Persian soldier at once, but to disrupt the formation and force the enemy into a state of disarray. With every step, they pressed against the dense crowd of warriors, carving a narrow path through which reinforcements could follow. Their movements were like the slow but steady work of water eroding stone, a small force, persistently applied, capable of changing the shape of a great structure. Outside the breach, the rest of the Macedonian phalanx continued its advance. The disciplined line pushed forward relentlessly, every man aware that their individual efforts were part of a larger, united plan. The companion cavalry, having already performed their vital charge on the flanks, maintained a watchful guard, ready to exploit any further weakness that emerged in the Persian ranks. The unity of the Macedonian army shone like a beacon in the midst of the chaos, a reminder that a clear purpose and steady discipline could overcome even the strongest opposition. Inside the Persian center, the battle took on a new intensity. Persian soldiers, caught by surprise, scrambled to reorganize themselves. The strict lines that had been built over centuries began to break apart under the pressure of the Macedonian penetration. The charioteers, once symbols of royal power, were forced to abandon their positions as their drivers looked for ways to regroup. In the midst of this turmoil, the simple truth became clear: the Persian center, long considered invincible, was now vulnerable. The fighting was fierce, and every moment was a struggle. Swords clashed, shields splintered, and cries of pain mingled with shouts of determination. Yet, even in the heat of battle, the Macedonian soldiers remained focused on their goal. They knew that their success depended on maintaining the momentum of their advance, and not giving the enemy a chance to recover. In plain words, they fought not for personal glory, but for the strength of their united force, a force that had been built on the simple principles of discipline, training, and trust in their leader. For the Persian warriors, the sudden breach was a blow to centuries of tradition. Many found themselves fighting against an enemy that was not only fierce but also extraordinarily coordinated. Their own commanders tried to rally the troops, issuing orders in a desperate attempt to plug the gap. However, the confusion that had taken root in the center made it difficult to form a coherent response. The simplicity of the Macedonian plan, executed with precision and calm, stood in stark contrast to the unfolding chaos within the Persian ranks. In the midst of the melee, individual acts of valor emerged on both sides. A Macedonian soldier, his face streaked with sweat and dust, held his ground as he pushed deeper into the enemy formation. Nearby, a Persian warrior fought to regain his footing, his eyes reflecting both fear and a fierce desire to uphold the honor of his homeland. These personal battles, fought in the shadow of the larger conflict, added a human element to the struggle, a reminder that every soldier, regardless of the side he fought on, was driven by a simple, unyielding hope for victory. Slowly, as the minutes passed, the breach widened. The disciplined unit inside the Persian center grew stronger as reinforcements from the Macedonian phalanx streamed in to support them. With every new wave, the enemy's defenses crumbled further. The unity and persistence of the Macedonian soldiers began to show a clear effect. The great Persian center, once thought to be an unbreakable bastion, was now fractured by a small but mighty force. The impact of this penetration was felt across the entire battlefield. The Persian commanders, witnessing the collapse of their central formation, ordered frantic measures to contain the breach. Yet the simple, effective tactics of the Macedonians left little room for recovery. The breach was not just a gap in the line, it was a symbol of the shifting tide of battle. The once mighty Persian center, filled with warriors whose strength had been built on numbers and tradition, now faced a relentless enemy whose power lay in unity and clear purpose. Outside the Persian center, the companion cavalry pressed on to secure the flanks and prevent any counterattack from outside. The Macedonian phalanx, inspired by the success of the penetrating unit, pushed forward with ever greater determination. The battle, which had begun as a clash of massive armies, was now focused on a narrow path where the future of empires was being decided with every simple, steadfast step. For the Macedonian soldiers, penetrating the Persian center was the realization of years of training and preparation. It was a moment when the simple ideas of discipline, unity, and clear orders came together to overcome what seemed an insurmountable force. Their hearts, filled with the promise of victory, beat in unison as they carved a path through the enemy. Every thrust of their spears, every step forward, was a quiet declaration that a well-organized and determined group could change the course of history. As the breach widened and the Persian center faltered, the momentum of the Macedonian advance grew unstoppable. The enemy's lines, once solid and intimidating, broke apart under the pressure. In that critical moment, the battle shifted from a contest of numbers to a test of will and unity. The simple truth was undeniable: unity, discipline, and steady courage could overcome even the mightiest of armies. In the final moments of this fierce encounter, the Macedonian soldiers pressed their advantage. The clear, steady advance of the unit that had penetrated the Persian center forced the enemy into a hasty retreat. Persian commanders, struggling to restore order, found that their once mighty line was dissolving before their very eyes. The combined effect of the penetrating thrust and the support of the advancing phalanx had rewritten the rules of the battle on that dusty plain. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the echoes of the Macedonian breakthrough resonated across the field. The simple, clear tactics that had been honed over years of training were now the instruments of victory. The Persian center, shattered by the relentless push of disciplined warriors, marked a turning point in the day's battle, a moment when the unity and innovative spirit of Alexander's army shone brighter than the long-held traditions of an ancient empire. And so, in that critical chapter of the battle at Gaugamela, the simple act of penetrating the Persian center became a symbol of change, a symbol that even the greatest fortress of old could be overcome by the clear, steady force of a united people. In every heartbeat of the Macedonian soldiers, there lay the promise of a new era, one built on the strength of unity, discipline, and the belief that even a small, determined force could change the world. As the battle raged on and the Macedonian breakthrough in the Persian center set the tone for the day, the true power of the phalanx came into full view. The phalanx, that tight, unyielding wall of soldiers armed with long sarissas, was more than just a formation. It was the living heart of Alexander's army. Every man in the phalanx had been trained from childhood to stand shoulder to shoulder with his comrades, forming a united line that moved as one. In that critical moment on the dusty field, the phalanx showed its strength in a way that would be remembered for generations. In the center of the Macedonian formation, the phalanx advanced steadily. The soldiers, dressed in simple armor and holding their long spears firmly, moved in a synchronized rhythm that seemed almost choreographed. Their formation was like a giant shield, with each soldier's spear overlapping the next, creating a barrier that was nearly impossible for the enemy to break through. The clear, plain orders, "Hold the line!" and "Advance together!" were not just words but the essence of the phalanx in action. Every step they took was a step of faith, of trust in each other. The soldiers knew that if even one man faltered, the whole formation could be at risk. Yet, the discipline instilled in them through endless drills made sure that each man moved with purpose. They advanced slowly but steadily, a solid wall moving forward, their faces set with determination. The uniformity of their movement was a sight to behold, an unbroken chain of courage and unity that spoke louder than any battle cry. On the battlefield, as the Persian forces tried to regroup after the earlier shock of the companion cavalry's charge, the phalanx pressed on. With the breach in the Persian center still echoing in the air, the Macedonian foot soldiers found new strength. Their long spears, held at a forward angle, became an extension of their will. When the enemy soldiers approached, they met a wall of pointed steel. The simple design of the sarissa, long, thin, and deadly, allowed each soldier to reach out further than the enemy's own weapons. This gave the phalanx a clear advantage. Its reach was unmatched, and every thrust sent a message: "Here stands a force united." The ground trembled with the steady march of the phalanx. Each footfall, though measured and deliberate, carried the weight of countless hours of training and preparation. As they moved, the soldiers' shields locked together, forming a barrier that was as much about protection as it was about strength. It was said that the phalanx was like a moving fortress, a living shield that could absorb the force of enemy attacks and then, with a sudden burst, push forward to break their lines. In the heat of the battle, the phalanx faced its own challenges. The enemy, desperate to take advantage of any gap, launched arrows and javelins at the advancing line. Yet the disciplined soldiers kept their formation tight, their eyes fixed ahead. The overlapping spears deflected many of the incoming projectiles, and the soldiers raised their shields in unison. Simple acts of defense, raising a shield, gripping a spear, became powerful demonstrations of unity. Every man in the phalanx understood that his role was not to fight alone but to stand with his comrades. This shared duty was the strength of the Macedonian force. As the Persian warriors tried to exploit any weakness, the phalanx responded with calm and measured force. When a group of enemy soldiers broke through a gap in their own lines, the Macedonian commanders ordered the phalanx to adjust and close the gap quickly. The soldiers shifted position with fluid precision. It was as if the phalanx were a single, living entity, capable of bending without breaking. Simple, clear orders guided their every move. "Form the line! Do not let them in!" And with each command, the soldiers acted as one, erasing any hint of disarray. The steadfast advance of the phalanx not only halted the enemy's progress, but also inspired the rest of the Macedonian forces. The companion cavalry, having completed their daring charge, now moved in harmony with the foot soldiers. As the phalanx advanced, the cavalry swept around to protect its flanks and to drive back any soldiers who dared to approach from the sides. This combined action of infantry and cavalry was a masterpiece of simple tactics. The phalanx held the center while the cavalry ensured that no enemy could encircle them. The entire force was bound by one simple idea: unity creates strength. Within the phalanx, every soldier's heart beat with the knowledge that he was part of something much larger than himself. They recalled the long days of training in the dusty fields of Macedon, where every drill had been a lesson in trust and teamwork. Their minds, filled with simple commands and clear goals, focused on one task: to push forward and break the enemy's will. In those moments, there was no room for fear or hesitation, only the steady, unwavering rhythm of the phalanx moving as one. The battle wore on, and the Persian army, already shaken by earlier events, began to falter in the face of the unyielding Macedonian advance. The disciplined line of the phalanx proved that a small, united force could overcome even a much larger enemy. Each thrust of a spear, each step forward, was a quiet testament to the power of simplicity and unity. In the heat of the clash, as swords rang out and shields splintered, the phalanx remained the bedrock upon which Alexander's army stood. Its presence was a clear reminder that strength was not measured solely by numbers but by the quality of unity and the clarity of purpose. Amid the chaos, individual moments of bravery shone through. A young soldier in the phalanx, his face smeared with dust and sweat, held his position even as enemy arrows whistled past him. His comrades, equally determined, matched his resolve with every step they took. Together, they formed a barrier that seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. It was a simple truth: a united front is impenetrable. The phalanx was not just a line of men, it was the embodiment of collective will. Each soldier's strength added to the others to form a formidable shield against the enemy. The Persian commanders, witnessing the relentless advance of the Macedonian phalanx, began to reconsider their own tactics. Their vast numbers, once seen as an advantage, now seemed less effective against such a tightly knit and well-organized force. The simple, disciplined actions of the phalanx disrupted the enemy's rhythm, and chaos spread among the ranks of the Persian heavy infantry. For a brief moment, the mighty Persian center, built on centuries of tradition, wavered under the simple power of unity and discipline. In that turning moment, the entire battlefield felt the impact of the phalanx. The steady, unbroken line of Macedonian soldiers pushed forward relentlessly, their spears extending as a single, powerful force. The sound of their march, the clinking of armor, and the coordinated thrusts of their spears created a symphony of war that was both harsh and beautiful in its simplicity. Every soldier in the phalanx was a note in that grand melody, a melody of strength, courage, and the belief that a united force could change the course of history. As the day wore on and the sun climbed high in the sky, the phalanx continued its advance. The disciplined line absorbed every challenge thrown its way and, with each passing moment, grew even more resolute. The clear, simple commands that had been drilled into every man resonated across the battlefield. Stand firm! Advance together! And so, step by steady step, the phalanx carried the momentum of the Macedonian army forward, its strength a beacon of hope for its soldiers and a symbol of its enduring power. In the quiet intervals between the clash of weapons and the shouts of battle, there was a deep, unspoken understanding among the men of the phalanx. They knew that their unity was their greatest weapon, and that as long as they stood together, no enemy could break their line. Their training, their simple discipline, and the clarity of their purpose had turned them into an unyielding force, a force that would forever be remembered as one of the greatest military formations in history. Thus, on that dusty field at Gaugamela, the phalanx was more than a formation. It was a statement, a clear, unambiguous declaration that the strength of a united people, armed with simple yet effective weapons, could overcome even the most formidable challenges. The Macedonian phalanx in action was a living reminder that sometimes, the simplest ideas, when executed with precision and unity, are the most powerful of all. And so, as the battle reached its fevered peak, the unwavering line of the phalanx continued to press forward. Every thrust of a spear, every locked shield, and every determined step echoed the timeless truth that unity and discipline are the foundations of true strength. In that moment, the Macedonian phalanx stood as the heart of Alexander's mighty force, a beating, unbreakable heart that would carry his army to victory and forever change the face of ancient warfare. In the heart of the battle at Gaugamela, when dust swirled and the clash of weapons reached a thunderous peak, a clear change began to emerge. The turning point was not marked by a single blow but by a series of small, determined acts by Alexander's men that, together, shifted the balance of the fight. At this moment, the fate of two great armies hung in the balance, and the spirit of unity and discipline began to overpower the might of tradition. The battlefield was a chaotic tapestry of moving soldiers and clashing spears. On one side, the Macedonian phalanx pressed steadily forward, their long sarissas extending like a sea of metal. Every soldier in that formation fought as if their very life depended on the unity of the line. Alongside them, the companion cavalry and light infantry moved with a determined rhythm, each unit supporting the other. Across the field, the Persian center, once a symbol of unyielding strength, showed signs of strain. Confusion and uncertainty crept into their ranks as they struggled to respond to the relentless push of Alexander's forces. In one corner of the battlefield, a group of Persian soldiers, having witnessed the breach in their center and the daring charge of the Macedonian cavalry, began to lose heart. Their eyes, once filled with the proud confidence of an ancient empire, now darted nervously from one side to the other. The simple act of seeing a well-organized, unified enemy had sown seeds of doubt. For many, the realization came quietly, a slow, creeping awareness that the enemy might be more than they had ever imagined. The clear, steady rhythm of the Macedonian advance struck deep into their spirit, as if each step taken by the phalanx was a reminder that unity could overcome even a force as vast as Persia's. In the midst of this turmoil, a crucial moment arrived. A group of Macedonian soldiers, fresh from the successful penetration of the Persian center, found themselves facing a small but determined cluster of enemy warriors. With calm determination and clear orders echoing in their ears, they pressed forward. Their leader, a veteran whose face was marked by both sweat and resolve, shouted in a voice that cut through the noise, "Hold the line, advance! Do not let them regroup!" Those simple words carried with them the weight of every drill and every practice session in the sunlit fields of Macedon. The soldiers rallied, pushing the Persian group back step by step until they were forced into a disorganized retreat. That small victory was a spark. As word of the breach and the forced retreat spread among the Persian ranks, more soldiers began to falter. The once disciplined formations started to show gaps. Men who had marched for hours under the proud banner of their ancient tradition now hesitated, looking to their commanders for guidance that did not come quickly enough. The simple truth was evident. When one part of a great formation wavered, it could cause the whole structure to shake. And so it happened. The clear, decisive actions of the Macedonian soldiers became a catalyst, and the Persian line began to break apart in patches. On the Macedonian side, Alexander watched the unfolding events with calm intensity. He knew that the turning point was near. With a few sharp, clear commands, he signaled for his forces to press even harder. "Forward! Let our unity carry us through!" His words were simple but powerful, like a steady drumbeat that set the pace for every soldier's heart. The companion cavalry swung back into action along the flanks, sweeping into any gap that had opened in the Persian lines. Their swift, coordinated movements added to the pressure, leaving little time for the enemy to recover or reorganize. Across the field, as the Macedonian phalanx advanced relentlessly, the Persian soldiers found themselves caught in a tide they could not resist. The sheer force of the united Macedonian line, every man moving in step, every shield locked in formation, overwhelmed them. With each step, the Persian resistance diminished. In one desperate attempt to restore order, a group of Persian commanders tried to rally their troops with loud, rapid orders. However, their voices were lost amid the noise of the battle. The simple clarity and unity of the Macedonian forces shone in stark contrast to the growing chaos among the enemy. The turning point was marked not only by the physical movement of soldiers but also by a change in spirit. For the Macedonians, every successful thrust, every step forward, reinforced their belief that they were part of a force greater than themselves. The discipline instilled in them by countless hours of training became a living force on the field. They moved as one, driven by the simple yet profound idea that unity and clear purpose could overcome any obstacle. This belief was contagious. In the midst of battle, every soldier felt the strength of that shared purpose, and it lifted their hearts even as the clash of arms continued around them. As the Persian center began to crumble, the consequences of the turning point rippled across the battlefield. The once solid wall of the Persian army fragmented into scattered groups, each fighting in isolation. In these pockets of disorder, the simple tactics of Alexander's forces shone even brighter. The companion cavalry moved quickly to cut off any attempts at a coordinated retreat, while the phalanx advanced steadily, its long spears a constant threat to any who dared to step forward. The clear orders, "Hold the line! Advance as one!" echoed through the dust, reaffirming the idea that each soldier was a vital part of an unstoppable force. In a small, poignant scene that encapsulated the turning point, a young Macedonian soldier, barely out of his teens, found himself face to face with a trembling Persian warrior. The enemy's eyes were wide with fear, and his voice quavered as he attempted to speak. But the young Macedonian did not hesitate. With simple, firm action, he drove his spear forward and forced the enemy back. This small act, repeated many times over by countless soldiers, was a microcosm of what was happening across the battlefield. The simple courage and unity of the Macedonian men were not only breaking the enemy's line but also changing the very nature of the fight. For the Persian commanders, the shift was devastating. Their long-held belief in the invincibility of their center was crumbling like ancient stone under the steady force of a determined, united enemy. In whispered exchanges and hurried orders, the sense of impending defeat grew. Their warriors, once confident in the power of numbers and tradition, now looked around in uncertainty. The simple idea that a small, well-trained force could outmaneuver and outfight them was a bitter pill to swallow. As pockets of disarray spread through the ranks, the Persian commanders realized that the turning point was irreversible. Back on the Macedonian side, the atmosphere was one of both intensity and hope. Every man, whether in the phalanx, with their long spears glinting in the sunlight, or in the fast-moving cavalry, felt the strength of the turning tide. Alexander's clear, steady leadership and the simple orders that had been drilled into each soldier's heart created a sense of unbreakable unity. It was as if every thrust, every step, and every shout of encouragement added fuel to the collective fire of the Macedonian spirit. They were no longer just fighting a battle, they were forging a new destiny. As the battle wore on, the effects of the turning point became unmistakable. The shattered Persian center could no longer hold together. Groups of soldiers began to retreat, their movements hurried and uncoordinated. The once mighty force of Darius III, now caught in the grip of disarray, was forced into a defensive stance. Alexander's forces, driven by the simple truth that unity and clear purpose can turn the tide of fate, pressed forward without pause. Their advance was steady and unyielding, a living testament to the power of disciplined courage. In that crucial moment, as the sun climbed higher and bathed the battlefield in a warm, unrelenting light, the turning point became the defining event of the day. It was the moment when the sheer will of a united force began to overcome an enemy that had long relied on tradition and numbers. The simplicity of the Macedonian approach, a steady advance, clear orders, and unwavering unity, had proven to be the key that unlocked the path to victory. As the echoes of battle continued to ring out over the plain, every Macedonian soldier knew that this was the start of a new chapter. The turning point was not just a military event, it was a moment of transformation that would be remembered in the annals of history. In the eyes of every soldier, the promise of victory shone bright. The simple, enduring idea that unity, discipline, and clear purpose could overcome even the greatest of foes had been proven true on that dusty field. Thus, in the midst of chaos and clashing steel, the turning point was achieved. The Persian center, once a symbol of unyielding strength, was now a broken wall, and the united Macedonian force moved forward with a power that would soon change the fate of empires. The Battle of Gaugamela was shifting, and with it, the promise of a new era, one where simple ideas, well executed, could reshape the world. As the turning point took hold on the battlefield, a heavy silence began to replace the organized clamor of the Persian forces. In the once mighty center of Darius III's army, order was crumbling. The disciplined wall that had for so long given the Persians their strength was now breaking apart under the steady, unyielding push of Alexander's united forces. In the heart of the chaos, Persian soldiers who had once stood tall now looked around in disbelief. Their faces, set with determination moments before, were now etched with confusion and fear. The clear, rhythmic advance of the Macedonian phalanx and the sudden, daring maneuvers of the companion cavalry had shattered the certainty in the enemy's eyes. For the first time that day, the soldiers of the Persian army realized that the unyielding force of a smaller, well-trained unit could break their long-held traditions. At the center of the Persian formation, the breach made by the Macedonian unit had spread like a dark wound. As the Macedonian warriors pressed inside, the Persian heavy infantry struggled to reorganize. The simple orders that had once united them now fell on ears overwhelmed by the relentless assault. In the ensuing moments, gaps appeared in the lines, and what had been a formidable block of warriors began to dissolve into scattered clusters. The clear, unified rhythm that the Macedonians had shown was absent here, replaced by a frantic scramble for safety. As the battle intensified, the sound of clashing metal and cries of men gave way to a growing murmur, a murmur of retreat. In one area, a group of Persian soldiers, having lost hope after seeing their comrades pushed back, turned and fled in a disorganized dash. Their hurried steps kicked up clouds of dust, and the once proud formation now looked like scattered leaves caught in a gust of wind. The simple truth was unmistakable. When fear took hold, even the strongest wall can fall apart. Amid the chaos, Persian commanders attempted to restore order. They shouted orders and waved their arms, trying to gather the fleeing men and rally them to form a new line. But the sound of their voices was lost amid the clamor. Soldiers, disoriented and fearful, darted in different directions. The lines that had taken years to build, polished by tradition and hard-won battles, began to disintegrate in a matter of minutes. It was as if the mighty structure of an ancient empire was crumbling under the pressure of a simple, unified force. Some Persian warriors, realizing that retreat was their only option, began to fall back slowly. But without a clear plan, their withdrawal turned into a mass exodus. The once coordinated ranks turned into a chaotic stream of men running for safety. In the midst of this desperate retreat, even seasoned veterans could be seen glancing back in disbelief, as if wondering how the tide had turned so suddenly. The simple act of fleeing became a chain reaction. One man's flight spurred another's, until the cohesive front that had once been the pride of Persia was nothing more than a scattering of shadows on a dusty plain. The companion cavalry, ever alert and ready to exploit the enemy's weakness, moved swiftly to block any attempt at an organized retreat. With precise timing, they raced along the flanks of the disintegrating Persian formation. Their charge was not aimed at pursuing every fleeing soldier but at cutting off escape routes, ensuring that those who turned to run found themselves trapped by the relentless pressure of Macedonian forces. In simple terms, the cavalry's role was to seal the fate of the retreating enemy, prevent them from regrouping and launching any counterattack. As the Persian retreat continued, confusion spread like wildfire. Soldiers who had once fought shoulder to shoulder now stumbled over each other in the scramble to flee. The clear lines that had defined an empire's strength were replaced by chaotic clusters, each man desperate to reach safety. Amid this disorder, even the once imposing charioteers found themselves without direction. Their beautifully decorated chariots, symbols of royal power, clattered to a halt as their drivers struggled to make sense of the sudden chaos. The once fearsome image of the Persian army was rapidly transforming into a picture of disarray. Throughout the battlefield, the sound of panic mingled with the steady march of Macedonian reinforcements. Every time a group of Persian soldiers broke into a run, a fresh wave of disciplined Macedonians surged forward, determined to press their advantage. The clarity of the Macedonian orders, simple commands like, "Hold the line!" and "Advance together!" stood in stark contrast to the muddled, frantic cries of retreat from the Persian side. It was a moment when the power of unity and clear purpose was evident in every step taken by Alexander's men, while the enemy succumbed to the simple force of fear and disarray. Amid the chaos, a few Persian soldiers attempted to rally. A commander, his voice strained with both urgency and desperation, tried to shout orders to a small group huddled near a ruined wall. He urged them to form a new line and fight back, to stand firm like the mighty structure they once were. But his words, though clear and determined, were swallowed by the overwhelming noise of retreat and panic. The simple idea of regaining order was lost in the sea of confusion. For every man who heard the call, the instinct to run was stronger than the memory of duty. The retreat was not uniform. In some areas, pockets of disciplined warriors lingered, clinging to the hope that they could still mount a defense. In others, the retreat was complete, leaving empty spaces in the Persian lines where soldiers had once stood in proud formation. These empty spaces became windows for the Macedonian forces to surge in even further. The advancing Macedonians, with their clear eyes and steady hearts, exploited every gap with precision. Their disciplined movements created an ever-widening breach in the enemy's ranks, a gap that now symbolized the collapse of the once impenetrable Persian center. For the Macedonians, the retreat of the Persian forces was a quiet affirmation of their own unity and strength. Each step forward was a step taken in the light of the simple truth that a united force, driven by clear purpose, could overcome even the largest enemy. As the Persian ranks faltered, Alexander's men pressed on, confident that the collapse of the enemy was imminent. The companion cavalry continued to circle, ensuring that any attempt at a coordinated retreat was swiftly cut off. The phalanx, ever steady, advanced like a wall of determination, its long spears now thrust forward in a final push. In the midst of the retreat, there were moments that underscored the human cost of the chaos. A young Persian soldier, his eyes wide with shock, stumbled as he tried to escape the confusion. He paused for a brief moment, as if to catch his breath and gather his courage, before running again. Nearby, a seasoned warrior, his face lined with years of battle, dropped his shield in his haste and scrambled to retrieve it. These small, simple moments revealed that behind the great armies were individual men, each caught in the tide of events far larger than themselves. The landscape of the battlefield, once marked by the orderly formations of a proud empire, now bore the scars of retreat and disorder. Dust and sweat mixed with the marks of battle, and the sounds of the Persian retreat created a haunting contrast to the steady, unyielding advance of the Macedonian lines. What had begun as a fierce confrontation between two mighty forces was now shifting into a story of collapse, a story where the simple act of fear had overturned centuries of tradition and pride. For Darius III and his remaining commanders, the chaos was a bitter lesson. Their grand plans, built on the strength of numbers and the legacy of an ancient empire, were now slipping away in the disorder of retreat. The simple unity that had defined the Macedonian army had exposed the fragility of the Persian formation. In a few short moments, the tide of battle had turned, leaving behind a trail of disarray and shattered hopes. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows over the field, the full impact of the retreat became clear. The Persian army, once a symbol of enduring might, was now a scattered force struggling to regroup. Their commanders, realizing that the battle could no longer be won through sheer numbers, began to order a full withdrawal. But the orders came too late for many. The retreat was already in full swing, and the sense of panic had taken over. Soldiers fled in every direction, seeking any cover or safe haven as the relentless advance of the Macedonian forces continued unabated. In that chaotic moment, the battlefield was transformed. The proud, orderly lines of the Persian forces were now broken fragments, and the simple, unyielding advance of the Macedonians flowed into every gap left behind. The clear lesson was evident. When fear takes hold, even the strongest defense can crumble into chaos. The unified spirit of Alexander's army, built on simple ideas of discipline and clear purpose, had proven too powerful for the once mighty Persian host. Thus, on that dusty plain at Gaugamela, the Persian retreat marked a profound turning point in the battle. The chaos in the ranks was not just a sign of defeat, it was a clear signal that the tide had turned irreversibly. With every step forward by the Macedonian soldiers, the hope of a new era grew brighter. The simple power of unity and well-practiced tactics had dismantled the ancient force, leaving behind a field that would soon tell the story of a great empire in decline. And so, amid the swirling dust and the fading cries of retreat, the Macedonian advance continued. The clear, steady march of Alexander's men pressed on, carrying with it the promise of victory, a promise built on the simple, unbreakable truth that unity and discipline can overcome even the greatest of adversaries. In that decisive moment, the chaos in the Persian ranks became the final echo of an empire that could no longer withstand the force of a united people. As the sun climbed higher in the sky and its warm light bathed the battlefield, a profound silence began to settle over the once clashing ground. The tumult of battle had given way to a heavy calm, a pause where both armies, and the land itself, seemed to catch its breath. The dust that had been stirred up by the chaos slowly settled onto the broken weapons and scattered armor. This was the aftermath on the battlefield, a time when the roar of combat was replaced by quiet reflection and the steady rhythm of life resuming in its own simple way. The Macedonian soldiers, still united by the strength of their discipline and the clear purpose instilled in them by their leader, began to take stock of the victory. They moved in slow, measured steps along the dusty plain, their eyes scanning the horizon as if searching for any sign of a renewed threat. In clusters, they gathered around their fallen comrades, offering silent support and sharing words of comfort in soft, plain tones. There was no grand fanfare in their actions, only the honest acknowledgement of the cost of battle and the hope for what their victory might bring. Across the field, the remnants of the Persian forces were scattered, their once proud formation reduced to groups of weary, disoriented men. Many had already begun a hasty retreat, their ranks in disarray, while others stood motionless, as if stunned by the swift collapse of the center that had once been their strength. The silence on the Persian side was heavy with a mixture of regret, shock, and the bitter taste of defeat. Here and there, a Persian soldier would cast a sorrowful glance back at the battlefield, where the remnants of their struggle lay scattered like fragments of a broken dream. For the Macedonians, the aftermath was not simply a time to celebrate victory, it was also a moment to honor the lessons learned and the sacrifices made. In the quiet, orderly camp set up on the edge of the field, the soldiers began to tend to their wounds and repair their gear. Their actions were methodical, guided by the same simple orders that had carried them through the battle. A medic would work quietly beside a fallen comrade, using simple words of encouragement to ease the pain. Each bandaged wound and each repaired weapon served as a testament to their resilience and their shared commitment to a united future. Alexander, ever watchful, walked among his men in these reflective hours. His gaze was steady as he took in the scene, soldiers helping one another, quiet conversations of thanks and remembrance, and the solemn determination that hung in the air. In simple yet heartfelt speeches, he reminded his troops that every victory, no matter how hard won, came with the responsibility to build something lasting from the ashes of battle. Today we have shown that unity and clear purpose can overcome even the greatest of challenges, he said in soft, measured tones. Let us honor our fallen, learn from our struggles, and move forward together to shape a new era. The battlefield itself, scarred by the marks of conflict, seemed to tell its own story. The ground was pitted and uneven, with deep impressions where the heavy feet of marching soldiers had once trod. Broken chariots and abandoned weapons lay strewn across the plain, silent relics of a clash that had reshaped the destiny of empires. Yet, in this quiet aftermath, there was also a sense of renewal. The gentle breeze carried away the last of the dust, and the warm light of the sun began to reveal the subtle beauty hidden beneath the scars of war. A reminder that even in the wake of destruction, nature continued its simple, enduring rhythm. For many Macedonian soldiers, the immediate aftermath was a time of introspection. They recalled the clear, steady commands that had guided them through the chaos, the unwavering unity that had enabled them to break through an enemy once thought invincible, and the raw determination that had driven each thrust of their spear. Their minds wandered back to the long hours of training under the clear skies of Macedon, where every lesson was simple yet vital, every drill a step toward building an unbreakable bond. In that moment, the memory of home, its familiar fields and the gentle murmur of life, filled them with quiet resolve, a promise that their struggles had not been in vain. On the Persian side, the remnants of the once mighty army were left to grapple with the weight of defeat. Some soldiers, still dressed in the colors of an ancient and proud tradition, slowly gathered what little they could salvage. Their eyes, heavy with the sorrow of loss, moved over the battlefield as if searching for the strength to rise again. Their commanders tried to restore order in the aftermath, issuing simple instructions to retreat in an organized manner. Yet the chaos of the retreat had left its mark, a clear sign that even the grandest of empires could falter when unity and clear purpose were lost. In the quiet moments that followed the battle, both sides began to understand that the true aftermath was not just about loss or victory, it was about transformation. For the Macedonians, this victory at Gaugamela was a promise of a new future, one where the simple ideas of unity, discipline, and clear purpose could reshape the world. Their victory was not complete without acknowledging the cost, and many men silently vowed to remember the fallen as they worked to build a better tomorrow. In the simple rituals of mourning and the quiet resolve to carry on, the Macedonian spirit shone brightly, a beacon of hope in the uncertain light of day. In the hours that passed, the field gradually emptied as the Persian forces withdrew further into the distance, leaving behind the evidence of their retreat, a scattered collection of armor, broken weapons, and the echoes of what had once been a formidable might. Meanwhile, the Macedonian army began to set up temporary camps, their orderly tents and quiet conversations a stark contrast to the earlier clamor of war. There was an unspoken understanding among the soldiers that this moment of calm was both a reward and a time for reflection, a brief interlude in which the future could be planned and the past respectfully remembered. As the day moved on, the atmosphere in the Macedonian camp shifted from the raw intensity of battle to the steady determination of recovery. Leaders moved among the ranks, discussing the simple facts of the day, the number of enemies faced, the casualties sustained, and the small victories that had paved the way for a turning tide. Their language was plain and honest, without the flourish of grand rhetoric, only the simple truths that had been the foundation of their training. These discussions, carried out in the soft light of the afternoon, helped the soldiers to see that every step forward was a step toward a greater destiny. In the quiet of the aftermath, the lessons of the day were clear. The unity of a small, well-trained force had overcome the vast might of an ancient empire. Clear and simple tactics, disciplined formation, rapid movement, and the courage to press forward, had proven that victory was not a matter of numbers alone, but of shared purpose and determined spirit. Alexander's leadership had been the guiding star throughout the tumult, his clear orders and steady presence a constant reminder that every soldier was part of something larger than himself. As the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows over the recovering camp, a sense of solemn hope filled the air. The Macedonian soldiers, though tired and marked by the battle, looked forward with a quiet determination. They knew that the victory at Gaugamela was not an end but a beginning, a start to a new era where the simple, enduring ideas of unity, discipline, and clear purpose could guide them to even greater heights. The battlefield, now quiet and still, held the silent testimony of the struggle that had taken place. In every patch of disturbed earth, every broken piece of armor, lay the echoes of the clash, a reminder that even the mightiest armies must eventually yield to the forces of determination and unity. And as the light of the day faded into a gentle twilight, the promise of a new tomorrow shone softly on the horizon. Thus, in the aftermath on the battlefield, both victory and defeat shared their quiet lessons. For the Macedonians, it was a time to honor the fallen, to learn from the battle, and to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. For the remnants of the Persian forces, it was a somber reminder that even great empires could change in the face of a united and determined enemy. And for the land itself, marked by the scars of war, it was a moment of pause, a reminder that life, in its simplest form, continues to move forward, even after the fiercest storm has passed. In the wake of the fierce clash at Gaugamela, as the dust began to settle and the cries of battle faded into a heavy silence, the Macedonian army moved swiftly to secure the hard-won victory. With the Persian forces in disarray and retreating, Alexander knew that winning the day was only the first step. To secure victory, every soldier had to be ready to hold the ground, mend the wounds of battle, and prepare for the next challenge. In those final moments on the battlefield, a clear plan was set in motion to ensure that the enemy's retreat would not turn into a rally, and that the triumph of the Macedonians would be remembered for generations. As the last echoes of the fighting dwindled, Alexander rode among his men, his eyes scanning the field. He saw the scattered remnants of the Persian army, the broken shields and abandoned weapons that marked their retreat. With a steady voice that carried the weight of his clear purpose, he ordered his generals to secure the field. "Form guard on the flanks," he instructed simply. "Make sure no enemy escapes to regroup." His words were direct and unwavering, a reminder that even in victory, caution was the key to lasting success. The Macedonian soldiers, still united by the discipline and training that had carried them through the day's trials, moved with precision. Small groups were sent forward to gather any stragglers, to capture weapons, and to secure the area around the breach in the Persian lines. The companion cavalry, fresh from their daring charge, rode along the flanks to intercept any Persian horsemen attempting to retreat or mount a counterattack. Each unit, whether foot soldiers or mounted warriors, played a part in ensuring that the enemy's scattered forces could not slip away unnoticed. In the center of the battlefield, the phalanx stood like a solid wall, its long spears still pointed forward as if to remind the enemy that no breach would be allowed. The disciplined formation was not only a weapon in its own right, but also a symbol of the unity that had brought the Macedonians their victory. Soldiers worked together to gather their wounded, offering simple words of comfort and assistance as they patched up cuts and cleaned away the dust of battle. The medics, moving steadily among the ranks, treated injuries with the quiet focus of men who understood that every life mattered in the aftermath of such a great fight. Alexander paused at the edge of the field, his gaze turning from the triumphant Macedonians to the retreating Persians. The remnants of the enemy, now little more than scattered bands of desperate men, tried to escape into the distance. But the Macedonian sentries and cavalry stood ready. With simple, firm commands like, "Hold here!" and "Do not let them pass," the soldiers formed a secure perimeter. Their vigilance was constant, and every man knew that if the enemy dared to regroup, they would be met with a swift and resolute response. In the calm after the battle, there was time for reflection as well as action. Alexander gathered his most trusted officers under a makeshift tent at the center of the secure area. Over maps drawn on simple cloth, they discussed the next steps. The plans were clear: secure the captured weapons, set up proper guard posts, and ensure that the field was cleared of any hazards. It was not a moment for celebration yet, but for the measured work that turns a hard-fought victory into a lasting achievement. "Today, we have proven that unity and clear purpose can overcome even the greatest of foes," Alexander said in plain, steady language. "But let us not forget that our work is not done until every corner of this field is under our control, and the enemy cannot rise again to challenge us here." The officers nodded, their faces serious and determined. They split into groups and began to organize the tasks ahead. Some men gathered the abandoned Persian weapons, spears, shields, and even remnants of chariots, and secured them as trophies of victory. Others carefully cleared the battlefield of obstacles that might hide enemy soldiers or cause future injuries. The work was methodical and deliberate, a contrast to the wild chaos of the earlier clash. Throughout the day, the Macedonian soldiers maintained a steady vigilance. Patrols were sent out in small groups, their simple duty to scan the horizon for any sign of movement. The light of the day revealed the true extent of the battle's cost: broken armor, discarded weapons, and the somber remains of what had once been a formidable force. Yet, among these signs of loss, there was also a strong sense of accomplishment. Every recovered weapon, every captured enemy flag, was a testament to the success of Alexander's clear and united strategy. As the hours passed, the field gradually transformed from a battleground into a secured area. The order restored by the Macedonians stood in sharp contrast to the disarray that had marked the Persian retreat. Men moved with purpose, their actions reflecting the simplicity and efficiency that had been the hallmark of their training. Simple tasks, forming lines, standing guard, sharing supplies, became the means by which victory was solidified. In each small act of discipline, the promise of a lasting triumph was renewed. By mid-afternoon, as the sun began to lower in the sky, the Macedonian commanders reported that the field was secure. The captured enemy equipment was gathered and catalogued, and a network of sentries was established along the borders of the area. Alexander himself walked along the perimeter, observing the orderly work with a measured, contented smile. His eyes, clear and resolute, conveyed the simple truth that the victory was not only won on the field but also maintained by the constant, careful work of every soldier. The soldiers, though weary from the long day, took a moment to appreciate the calm that had descended over the battlefield. Around small fires, they shared quiet conversations and simple meals. The camaraderie that had been forged in the heat of battle now found space for reflection. They spoke in low, respectful tones about the cost of victory, about the friends they had lost, and about the honor of standing together when it mattered most. In these moments of quiet, the truth of their unity was clear. They were not just a collection of soldiers, but a single force whose strength came from every shared hardship and every clear, simple command that had guided them to this point. As the day drew to a close, Alexander gathered his closest officers once more. In the fading light, with the secured field behind them and the promise of a stable future ahead, he spoke softly yet firmly. "Today, we have secured more than a victory," he said. "We have secured the trust of our men and the foundation upon which we will build our next steps. Let this day remind us that every great achievement starts with the simple act of holding fast to our purpose and working together as one." His words, plain and true, resonated deeply with the assembled commanders. They understood that securing victory was as much about the small, deliberate actions after the battle as it was about the charge of the cavalry or the thrust of the phalanx. It was the discipline shown in gathering fallen enemies, the vigilance in preventing a counterattack, and the careful tending to every wound that turned a fleeting triumph into a lasting legacy. As night fell over the secured battlefield, the Macedonian camp settled into a quiet rhythm. Tents were pitched, and guards took up their posts along the makeshift perimeter. The cool night air carried a sense of calm determination, as if the very stars overhead were a promise of the future to come. In that gentle darkness, every soldier rested with the simple satisfaction that they had done their part to secure a victory that would be remembered far beyond this day. Thus, on that hallowed field at Gaugamela, the efforts to secure victory transformed the chaos of battle into a foundation for the future. Alexander's clear, simple orders and the disciplined unity of his men ensured that the enemy's retreat was not a temporary setback but a final, lasting defeat. With every careful action, the Macedonian army proved that true strength lies not only in the heat of combat but also in the measured work that follows, work that turns a moment of triumph into a beacon of hope for the new era they were destined to build. In the shadow of the Macedonian victory at Gaugamela, the once mighty Persian Empire found itself in a state of shock and sorrow. The brilliant light of victory for Alexander's men cast long shadows over the Persian camp. For centuries, Persia had stood as a symbol of grandeur and unity, a vast empire built on the achievements of ancient kings and proud traditions. Now, that legacy was under threat as the events of the day unfolded, marking the beginning of an era that would soon come to an end. In the aftermath of the battle, Darius III sat in his grand tent, his face etched with lines of worry and disbelief. The news of the catastrophic defeat had reached him in a rush, carried by desperate messengers who spoke in hushed tones of how the Macedonian forces had not only broken through the center of the army, but had also spread chaos in every corner of the battlefield. The great king, who once commanded armies that spanned continents, now faced a challenge he had never imagined: a crumbling empire and a retreating army filled with uncertainty. Darius III's initial response was one of disbelief. He had believed in the strength of his diverse and numerous forces, trusting that the legacy of Persia would shield his people from any enemy. Yet, as he looked out over the scattered remnants of his army, broken lines, abandoned weapons, and the slow, fearful retreat of his soldiers, the simple truth became painfully clear. The unity and clear purpose of Alexander's Macedonians had overpowered the ancient might of Persia. It was a moment when tradition met modern strategy, and the old ways began to falter. Across the battlefield, Persian commanders struggled to regain control. In makeshift camps hastily established in the rear, these officers gathered around rough-hewn tables, poring over maps and discussing the disastrous turn of events. Their voices, heavy with regret, spoke of a response that needed to be swift and decisive. But the simple reality was that the morale of the soldiers was shattered. Once proud warriors, who had marched in the name of an eternal empire, now found themselves gripped by fear and disarray. The simple act of witnessing the enemy's unity had left them questioning the strength of their own cause. In small groups, Persian soldiers tried to regroup. Some attempted to reorganize into smaller defensive formations, while others simply fled in panic, leaving behind the remnants of their shields and spears. The clear, coordinated lines that had defined the Persian battle order were now nothing more than scattered echoes of a glorious past. In the confusion, even the charioteers, symbols of royal might, found themselves stranded and unable to mount an effective counterattack. The once proud banners of Persia now hung limp, and the great legacy of the empire seemed to be dissolving before their very eyes. The response from the Persian leadership was marked by desperate measures. Darius III, determined to restore some semblance of order, ordered his commanders to call for a retreat and to regroup at a secure location. In simple, urgent commands, he urged his men to preserve what remained of the empire. "Fall back! Regroup and do not let this defeat be the end of our story," he commanded, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of history. But the chaos had taken too strong a hold, and many of his soldiers had already lost the will to fight. In the ensuing hours, a somber procession unfolded. Groups of Persian warriors, their eyes downcast and steps heavy with sorrow, began to march away from the battlefield. The retreat was not orderly. It was a desperate scramble for safety. Along the dusty road, the sounds of hurried footsteps and anguished cries echoed as men struggled to make sense of their shattered pride. For many, the defeat was more than a military loss. It was the beginning of the end of an era. The once mighty Persian Empire, built on the legacy of kings and the traditions of a vast, multicultural realm, was now seen as vulnerable and fragmented. In the quieter moments that followed the retreat, Darius III's advisors tried to formulate a plan to salvage what they could of the empire. They gathered in dimly lit rooms, discussing how to rally the scattered forces, how to restore morale among the people, and how to face the new reality of a world where the Macedonian tactics had proven superior. Their words were simple and direct, yet they carried the deep sadness of a proud nation facing inevitable change. The discussion centered on preserving Persian culture and wisdom, even if the power of the empire had begun to wane. It was a bittersweet acknowledgement that sometimes, even the greatest of legacies must evolve or fade away. In villages and towns far from the battlefield, the news of the defeat spread slowly. The people who had long taken pride in the strength and unity of Persia now spoke in low, worried tones. Mothers gathered their children close, and elders exchanged stories of past glories with a hint of mourning in their voices. The simple narrative of a great empire that had once spanned the known world was now being rewritten by the events of that day. For many, the fall of the Persian forces at Gaugamela was not just a military defeat, it was the symbolic end of an era that had defined their history for thousands of years. In the days that followed, as the Persian commanders attempted to regroup and rebuild a semblance of order, the contrast with the Macedonian victory could not be ignored. Alexander's men, disciplined and united by clear purpose, had shown that a smaller, well-organized force could overcome the might of a vast empire. The simple ideas of unity, coordination, and relentless advance had rewritten the rules of war. And in the minds of those who witnessed the Persian retreat, it was a lesson that marked the beginning of a new world order, one in which the old ways of fighting and ruling would be challenged by fresh ideas and bold leadership. For Darius III, the days that followed were filled with both regret and a stubborn desire to cling to the remnants of his power. He issued orders for his generals to protect the heartland and to fortify the remaining strongholds. Yet, in every command, there was an underlying sadness, a recognition that the mighty Persian Empire was changing in ways he could no longer control. The proud traditions that had once been the backbone of his rule now seemed to crumble under the force of an enemy that fought with a unity and simplicity that was utterly new to him. In the quiet of the Persian night, under a sky strewn with stars, the great king sat alone for long hours, his mind heavy with thoughts of loss and the future. He recalled the stories of his ancestors, the battles they had fought, and the glorious heights the empire had once reached. Now, in the face of Alexander's unyielding advance and the disintegration of his own forces, those stories felt like echoes from a time that was slipping away. It was a moment of painful introspection, a recognition that even the greatest empires must sometimes fall to the tides of change. In the end, the Persian response to the defeat at Gaugamela was a mixture of desperate regrouping and a slow, inevitable decline. The remnants of the once mighty army retreated into the heartlands, leaving behind the vast territories that had once been under their control. The ancient symbols of Persian power, the grand palaces, the intricate art, and the legacy of wisdom, would survive, but the era of military dominance and unchallenged authority was over. The simple truth was that the world was moving in a new direction, one in which unity, discipline, and fresh tactics would shape the future. For the people of Persia, the end of an era came with a heavy heart. The loss at Gaugamela was more than just a setback in battle. It was the beginning of a transformation in the very fabric of their society. The once formidable empire, built on centuries of tradition and conquest, now had to find a way to adapt to a world where change was the only constant. In the quiet conversations of village elders and the reflective eyes of scholars, there was a shared understanding that a new chapter was beginning, one that would eventually lead to a different kind of legacy, built on the lessons of the past and the promise of tomorrow. Thus, as the Persian forces retreated and the echoes of battle faded into the vast expanse of history, the Persian response and the end of an era became a turning point not only for Persia but for the entire ancient world. The mighty empire, once the envy of all who knew of its power, was now forced to confront its vulnerabilities. In the simple language of loss and the quiet resolve to rebuild, there lay the seeds of a future that would be shaped by new ideas and new leaders. The world, it seemed, was ready to move on from the old ways, ushering in a period of transformation that would forever change the course of history. And so, as the sun set on that fateful day at Gaugamela, the Persian legacy began to shift. The proud banners of an ancient empire were lowered, and in their place, the promise of change took root. The Persian response, marked by regret and the slow process of regrouping, signaled not just a military defeat but the end of an era, a time when the simple unity and innovative tactics of one determined force would set the stage for a new world order. After the dust of Gaugamela had finally settled and the Persian forces were in disarray, Alexander's victory was not merely a moment of triumph, it was the spark that lit the fire of empire. In the aftermath of the battle, the Macedonian army, disciplined and united as always, began to move forward with clear purpose. The battlefield had proved one thing beyond any doubt: a small, well-trained force, fighting with unity and clear orders, could overcome an ancient and vast enemy. And with that truth firmly established, Alexander set his sights on transforming victory into lasting dominion. In the days following the battle, the Macedonian camp buzzed with a mix of relief and eager determination. Alexander walked among his men, speaking in plain, heartfelt words that reminded them of the strength they had shown on the field. "We have won a great day," he said, his voice steady as the early morning light. "But our journey does not end here. Today, we carry not just our spears and shields, but the promise of a new empire that will stretch from sea to sea." These simple words, full of hope and clarity, resonated deeply with every soldier. They understood that the victory at Gaugamela was the beginning of something far larger than a single battle. It was the foundation upon which a mighty empire would be built. As the Macedonian army set about securing the field and gathering the remnants of the defeated Persian forces, plans for the future took shape. The first step was to ensure that the vast territories recently won would remain under Macedonian control. Alexander ordered his generals to establish secure outposts along the newly captured lands. With simple commands like, "Hold the borders," and "Watch every road," his men quickly organized a network of patrols and guard posts. Their task was not only to prevent any organized counterattack from the retreating Persians but also to begin the process of integrating these lands into their growing realm. Beyond the immediate security of the battlefield, Alexander's vision was clear. He believed that the vast Persian Empire, once a patchwork of many cultures and peoples, could be transformed under his rule into a single, united nation. His plan was simple: win the battle, win the hearts and minds of the conquered people, and build an empire that blended the best of both Greek and Eastern traditions. To achieve this, Alexander sent emissaries and trusted officers to the nearby towns and villages. These emissaries spoke in plain language, assuring the local populations that the new rule would bring stability, fair governance, and respect for their customs and traditions. The process of expansion was not without its challenges. In the days that followed the battle, there were pockets of resistance in some areas. Local leaders, steeped in centuries of tradition, found it hard to accept a new way of life. But Alexander's approach was both patient and wise. He made sure that his policies were simple and just: respect local customs while introducing new ideas of governance and organization. In one town, for example, he allowed local elders to continue making decisions about community affairs, as long as they recognized the authority of the Macedonian governor. In another, he helped rebuild temples and public spaces, ensuring that the cultural heritage of the conquered people would remain intact. This thoughtful blend of respect and innovation helped to ease tensions and paved the way for a smoother transition from conquest to integration. As the campaign of expansion gathered momentum, the Macedonian army marched deeper into the lands of the former Persian Empire. The soldiers, still proud from their victory at Gaugamela, now found themselves marching along long, dusty roads that led to distant cities and fertile valleys. The landscape changed as they advanced, from arid plains to lush river valleys where agriculture had flourished for millennia. In these new lands, Alexander's men encountered diverse peoples whose lives had been shaped by the rich traditions of the old empire. Simple conversations between soldiers and local farmers revealed the common hope: the desire for peace and prosperity after years of conflict. In one village near a winding river, a Macedonian officer took the time to listen to the concerns of a group of local elders. They spoke in measured, simple words about the hardships they had endured under harsh rulers and the need for a government that was both strong and fair. The officer assured them that under Alexander's rule, their simple way of life would be respected and even improved. He explained that the new empire would build roads to connect distant towns, establish markets for local goods, and provide protection against marauding bands. The elders, hearing these clear promises, began to see the benefit of joining a united empire that valued stability over endless warfare. Meanwhile, in the bustling cities that had once thrived under Persian rule, the process of integration moved at a deliberate pace. Alexander appointed experienced administrators, men who had risen through the ranks because of their clear thinking and honest work, to govern the cities. These administrators were given simple, direct tasks: maintain order, collect taxes fairly, and encourage trade. In many cases, local traditions were kept alive. The language of commerce and law became a bridge between the old ways and the new order. Citizens found that the once intimidating symbols of Macedonian power soon began to blend with their own cultural heritage, creating a new identity that was both familiar and exciting. The expansion of Alexander's empire was not merely a military process, but also a transformation of society. With each new city that came under Macedonian rule, ideas began to spread. Greek art, literature, and philosophy mingled with the ancient wisdom of the East. Simple, universal themes, courage, unity, justice, found expression in both the old traditions and the new Macedonian way. As markets buzzed with the exchange of goods from distant lands, the local people discovered that their simple lives could be enriched by ideas and knowledge from far beyond their borders. It was a time when the world seemed to open up, and every new road and bridge built by the Macedonians symbolized a connection between people who had long been divided by language and custom. For Alexander himself, the expansion after Gaugamela was the fulfillment of his lifelong ambition. He was not content with the mere thrill of battle. He aimed to create an empire that would endure for centuries. His simple, clear vision was to unite the many lands of the known world under one banner, an idea that, despite its boldness, was communicated in language that was easy to understand and resonate with both his soldiers and the conquered peoples. "We are not here to destroy," he told his generals in quiet moments. "We are here to build a future where every man, regardless of where he comes from, can live in peace and share in the wealth of our united world." His words, like the clear commands on the battlefield, were designed to inspire trust and hope. The soldiers, too, began to see themselves as more than warriors. They became builders, diplomats, and ambassadors of a new age. In camps set up along the expanding borders, they worked not only to secure the land but also to lay the foundations for lasting communities. They constructed simple structures, tents, later replaced by stone and wood, and opened small schools and workshops. Slowly, a culture of cooperation and progress took root. Every action was driven by the understanding that the strength of an empire comes not only from its military might but also from the bonds of trust and the shared hope for a better tomorrow. As weeks turned into months, the Macedonian expansion continued unabated. Towns that had once been distant and isolated became connected by well-maintained roads and secure trade routes. Local craftsmen began to produce goods that were sought after in far-off lands, and the markets buzzed with activity. The empire was growing not only in size but also in spirit, a spirit that celebrated simple, universal values like unity, hard work, and respect for diversity. The success of this expansion had far-reaching effects. The old Persian administrative system, with its complex bureaucracy and rigid hierarchies, began to give way to a simpler, more flexible model that relied on local customs and the clear authority of the Macedonian appointed governors. In many regions, former adversaries learned to work together for the common good, inspired by the promise of a peaceful, prosperous future. The vision of a unified empire became a living reality, built on the simple yet powerful idea that together, people could create something far greater than they could alone. In the quiet moments after long days of marching and planning, Alexander would stand on a small hill overlooking a newly secured village. In the soft glow of the setting sun, he would watch local children playing and farmers tending to their fields. The sight filled him with a deep, steady hope, a hope that the empire he was building would bring not just power, but also a better life for countless people. His heart was filled with the clear, simple belief that every step taken on that dusty road was a step toward a lasting legacy of unity and progress. Thus, from the victory at Gaugamela, the seed of empire was sown. The clear, disciplined force of the Macedonians had not only defeated a mighty enemy, but had also opened the door to a new world. In that new world, diverse peoples and traditions blended into a single tapestry, a tapestry woven from the simple threads of unity, respect, and the common desire for peace and prosperity. And so, as Alexander's army marched onward into the vast lands of the East, every man knew that they were part of a great journey. Their clear purpose, honed on the fields of battle, was now building bridges between cultures and laying the foundation of an empire that would echo through the ages. The expansion after Gaugamela was more than a military campaign. It was the birth of a new era, one where simple ideas and steadfast unity had the power to reshape the world. After the victorious campaign at Gaugamela and the swift expansion of his realm, Alexander faced a new and important challenge: how to bring together the many diverse lands and peoples he had conquered into one unified empire. The task was not only to secure the territory by military might but also to integrate its varied cultures, languages, and traditions. Alexander knew that for his empire to last, the people of these lands must feel respected and included. He believed that by blending the best of Greek ideas with the rich customs of the East, a strong and lasting union could be formed. In the days following the expansion, as the Macedonian army moved through towns and villages once ruled by the Persian Empire, Alexander sent out his trusted officers to meet the local leaders. These emissaries carried simple messages, delivered in plain language that everyone could understand. They explained that the new rule would bring stability, fair treatment, and opportunities for trade and growth. The officers listened carefully to the concerns of the local people, many of whom had lived for generations under a different system. Their approach was not to force a new way of life, but to build a bridge between the past and the future. One such officer arrived in a small town nestled along a winding river. The town was known for its ancient traditions and skilled artisans who worked with clay and metal. At first, the local elders were wary. They had heard many promises before and were proud of their long history. But the officer spoke in simple, clear words. "We come not to destroy your ways, but to join them with our own. Together, we can build a future where your art and our ideas make your town even greater." Over time, the elders began to see that this new rule meant respect for their traditions. They agreed to work together, and soon local craftsmen were given new opportunities to trade their goods in markets that stretched across the land. In the bustling cities, Alexander's governors took similar steps. They were chosen not only for their military skill but also for their ability to understand and work with local customs. In one great city that had once been a center of Persian learning, the governor held public meetings in the city square. There, he explained the new system in clear, straightforward language. "We are here to help, not to change who you are. Your ancient customs and our new ways can live side by side. We will build roads for you, create fair markets, and protect your families." The people, initially skeptical, began to see small improvements. Better roads meant faster travel between villages and cities, and fair taxes helped local merchants thrive. Slowly, a spirit of cooperation took root. The process of integration was not without challenges. In some regions, local traditions were deeply rooted, and change came slowly. There were moments when language and customs seemed to pull the people apart rather than bring them together. Yet Alexander's policy was always one of inclusion. He encouraged intermarriage between Macedonians and local citizens, believing that families built on shared lives could create lasting bonds. In many towns, celebrations began where Greek music mixed with local songs, and simple feasts featured dishes from both traditions. These small events were a sign of hope, a clear, tangible reminder that unity was possible when both sides were willing to learn from each other. The integration of conquered lands also meant setting up new administrative systems. Alexander believed that a good government was one that was simple, fair, and respectful of local traditions. In each region, he appointed local leaders to serve as governors, but he also sent Macedonian advisors to help them learn new ways of organizing trade, law, and education. The goal was to create a system where everyone knew the rules, simple orders like collect fair taxes, or maintain peace in the streets, and where disputes could be solved without violence. Over time, these simple ideas helped to create an atmosphere of trust and cooperation. One example of this careful integration took place in a fertile valley known for its abundant harvests. The local farmers had long worked the land using ancient methods passed down through generations. When Alexander's forces arrived, there was fear that these traditions might be lost. But instead of imposing new methods, the Macedonian administrators spent time learning from the farmers. They observed the ancient irrigation techniques and even suggested small improvements that would not disrupt the local way of life. In return, the farmers agreed to share their produce with the growing cities, ensuring that both local needs and the demands of the expanding empire were met. The simple exchange of ideas and resources created a bond that benefited everyone involved. Cultural integration went hand in hand with political integration. In the grand halls of newly built administrative centers, scholars and artists from different backgrounds found themselves working side by side. Greek philosophers exchanged ideas with local sages, and painters blended styles to create artworks that celebrated both traditions. These collaborations were not forced. They grew naturally from the respect that both sides developed for one another. The language of art, music, and simple human values proved to be a powerful tool for uniting people who had once seen each other as very different. As more and more lands became part of Alexander's empire, the impact of integration was felt throughout the region. Trade routes that had once been dangerous and unreliable were now patrolled by Macedonian soldiers, ensuring that merchants could travel safely. Markets thrived with the exchange of goods ranging from spices and silk to olive oil and wine. Simple contracts were drawn up between traders of different regions, and the shared language of commerce began to bridge cultural gaps. Over time, people began to see that the empire was not just a series of conquered lands but a community, a network of cities and towns, all working together to create a prosperous future. Alexander's vision of a united world was a clear and simple idea. By respecting and blending the best of different cultures, a stronger, more vibrant society could be created. He often spoke to his men in plain words, reminding them that they were not here to erase history, but to write a new chapter in it. "Every land we touch has its own beauty," he would say. "Let us honor that beauty by building something together, a future where all can share in the wealth of our united efforts." These words echoed in the hearts of his soldiers, who took pride not only in their victories on the battlefield but also in the peaceful work of integrating new lands. The process of integration was gradual and required patience. In some areas, conflicts arose as old rivalries resurfaced or as new customs clashed with traditional practices. Yet the simplicity of the approach, listening, learning, and then carefully blending ideas, often led to peaceful resolutions. Over time, the once diverse and scattered communities began to see themselves as part of a larger whole. They recognized that the empire, built on respect and unity, offered a chance for stability and growth that they had not known before. As months turned into years, the benefits of integration became clear. New schools were built where children learned not only the language of their forefathers but also the ideas of philosophy and science from Greek teachers. In public forums, citizens discussed matters of law and trade with a spirit of cooperation. Even the arts flourished, as the blend of cultures gave rise to unique expressions of creativity that were celebrated across the empire. The simple act of integrating conquered lands had grown into a powerful force for progress, a force that transformed diverse communities into a single, vibrant society. In the quiet moments of reflection, Alexander would often visit the newly established towns and listen to the voices of the people. He saw how simple measures, clear roads, fair rules, and respectful dialogue had turned suspicion into trust. Local leaders, once wary of a foreign ruler, now took pride in their roles within the greater empire. They understood that their ancient customs were not being erased but were being enriched by new ideas. This understanding was the heart of integration, a clear and enduring promise that no matter where one came from, everyone had a place in the new world. Thus, integrating conquered lands was not a single event but a long, steady process, a journey of small steps that, together, built a bridge from the past to the future. Through patience, respect, and simple, clear policies, Alexander's empire began to knit together the fabric of diverse cultures. The unity that had once been forged on the battlefield now extended into every home, every marketplace, and every public square. And in that unity lay the promise of a new era, one where the legacy of ancient Persia and the bright ideas of Macedon could coexist and flourish side by side. In the end, the true strength of an empire is measured not only by the lands it conquers but by the hearts and minds it unites. Alexander's efforts to integrate the conquered lands showed that the power of unity comes from listening to and valuing every voice, whether old or new. The simple truth was that when people work together, guided by clear purpose and mutual respect, they can build something greater than any one tradition alone. And so, as the sun set over the vast, integrated lands of the new empire, the promise of a united future shone brightly. The once disparate peoples of the conquered territories now stood together, sharing in the hope and promise of peace, progress, and a shared destiny, a destiny built on the simple, enduring idea that unity makes us stronger. In the years after the great victories on the battlefield, Alexander's new empire was not built solely on the strength of armies and conquests. A quiet revolution was taking place, a revolution of ideas, art, and everyday customs. The legacy of ancient Greece, with its philosophy, art, and language, began to spread into every corner of the vast territories that had once belonged to the Persian Empire. This new blend of cultures came to be known as Hellenistic culture, a simple yet powerful fusion that would influence people for centuries to come. As Macedonian soldiers and administrators moved through towns and cities, they carried with them the clear and proud traditions of their homeland. They spoke in plain, strong words about the beauty of Greek ideas and the benefits of learning and reason. Soon, local peoples, who had long followed their own ancient customs, found themselves curious about this fresh perspective. In marketplaces and at town gatherings, the sound of Greek became common. Merchants, teachers, and even children began to learn a few words of this new language, finding that it opened up new ways of thinking and communicating. One of the first signs of this cultural spread was seen in the art and architecture of the conquered lands. In a city that had once been the jewel of the Persian Empire, stone buildings and public squares were slowly transformed. Local architects, inspired by the clear lines and balanced proportions of Greek temples, began to design structures that combined the elegance of Greek style with local materials and traditions. Simple columns and friezes, adorned with stories of gods and heroes, were added to public buildings. These structures, built with careful craftsmanship, were not meant to erase the past but to celebrate the new union of ideas. In this way, the spread of Hellenistic culture was a bridge between the old and the new, a melding of traditions that brought beauty and balance to everyday life. Alongside the changes in architecture, art too began to evolve. Statues, which had long been a part of ancient traditions, were now crafted in styles that reflected Greek ideals. Artists, trained in the clear techniques of perspective and realism, painted scenes that depicted both Greek heroes and local legends. The simple, graceful forms of Greek sculpture influenced local artisans, who began to carve images that showed the strength of human spirit and the beauty of nature. Markets filled with these artworks became places where people from different cultures could admire and discuss the new styles, exchanging simple ideas and learning from each other. Over time, a unique blend emerged, a style that was both distinctly Greek and deeply rooted in the local heritage. The spread of Hellenistic culture was not limited to art and architecture. It also reached into the realms of education and philosophy. In the grand halls of new academies, teachers who had studied under famous Greek philosophers shared their wisdom in plain, easy-to-understand language. Students from many lands came to these schools, eager to learn about subjects as varied as mathematics, astronomy, and ethics. They discussed the simple but profound ideas of ancient thinkers, ideas about the nature of the world, the value of truth, and the importance of living a good life. These lessons, passed on in a language that was gradually becoming common across the empire, helped to form a shared foundation of knowledge and respect among diverse peoples. Trade and commerce also began to change as a result of this cultural blending. Roads built by Alexander's engineers connected distant cities, making it easier for merchants to travel and exchange goods. In bustling marketplaces, traders sold items that ranged from exotic spices and silks to everyday wares like olive oil and wine. More than just commodities, these goods carried with them hints of the cultures that produced them. A simple olive oil jar might bear a design inspired by Greek motifs, while textiles might feature patterns that combined local symbols with Hellenistic art. As traders traveled these routes, they shared not only goods but also stories and customs, spreading the clear, simple ideas of a new way of life. Local religions, too, experienced a change as Hellenistic culture spread. In many regions, traditional beliefs were not discarded but rather enriched by new perspectives. Temples that had once been dedicated solely to local gods began to incorporate elements of Greek mythology. In one town, a simple shrine to a native deity was adorned with statues resembling the Greek goddess Athena, symbolizing wisdom and strategy. Such changes were embraced gradually, as local priests and community leaders saw that the blending of traditions could bring a deeper meaning to their rituals. This harmonious approach allowed ancient customs to survive, even as they merged with new ideas, creating a spiritual tapestry that was both familiar and refreshingly new. One clear day in a city known for its ancient bazaars, a group of local children gathered around a teacher in a public square. The teacher, using simple words and vivid gestures, explained the stories of Greek heroes like Hercules and Achilles. The children, whose eyes shone with curiosity, listened intently as the teacher compared these heroes to the legends from their own folklore. In that moment, the clear lines between cultures began to blur. The children, who would one day shape the future, learned that strength, honor, and wisdom were universal values, ideas that transcended the boundaries of any single tradition. The influence of Hellenistic culture was felt not only in the cities but also in the countryside. In remote villages, where traditions had remained unchanged for generations, the new ideas arrived slowly like the gentle sound of a distant flute. A traveling scholar, for example, might visit a small village and share simple lectures about Greek philosophy or geometry. At first, the villagers were hesitant, but as they saw the practical benefits of learning new methods for farming, building, or even resolving disputes, they began to embrace these ideas. Soon, local gatherings featured discussions where the ancient wisdom of both the Greeks and the villagers mixed together, forming a rich conversation that celebrated the best of both worlds. Even in the realm of governance, Hellenistic culture left its mark. Alexander's administrators introduced simple laws and clear systems of justice that were easy for the common people to understand. In local courts, disputes were settled by judges who had been trained in the clear, fair practices of Greek law. These practices emphasized honesty, fairness, and the idea that every person, regardless of their background, deserved equal treatment under the law. Over time, this system of justice brought a sense of stability and order to regions that had once been torn by internal strife. The clear, simple rules helped to build trust between the rulers and the ruled, a trust that was essential for the lasting peace of the empire. As the years passed, the spread of Hellenistic culture transformed Alexander's vast territories into a vibrant mosaic of interwoven traditions. The people of the new empire learned to appreciate the beauty of both Greek ideas and their own ancient customs. Public celebrations, where music, dance, and simple festive foods brought communities together, became common. In these celebrations, the clear melody of Greek instruments mingled with local rhythms, creating a symphony that celebrated unity, progress, and the joy of shared heritage. Alexander himself took great care to encourage this cultural blending. In his letters and public speeches, he spoke plainly of his dream, a world where different peoples would come together to learn from each other, to respect each other's ways, and to build a future marked by peace and prosperity. His vision was not one of domination, but of partnership, a simple, clear idea that resonated with both his soldiers and the local populations. "We are all part of one great family," he would say, "and together we can build a future where every voice is heard." Such words, repeated time and again, helped to sow the seeds of a culture that was as much about connection as it was about conquest. By the time the sun set on another long day in the empire, the effects of Hellenistic culture were visible everywhere. In the busy streets of cities, in the quiet lanes of small towns, and even in the distant fields, the simple blend of Greek and local ideas had created a new way of life. The clear, disciplined methods of administration, the elegant art and architecture, the shared language of commerce and education, all these changes built a legacy that would last far beyond Alexander's time. Thus, the spread of Hellenistic culture became one of the greatest achievements of the new empire. It was not a sudden, forceful change but a gentle, persistent movement, a merging of minds and hearts that transformed diverse peoples into a single, thriving community. In the end, the simple truth was clear: by sharing ideas and respecting one another's traditions, humanity could create a world where progress and peace walked hand in hand. And so, as the stars emerged over a peaceful land that had once known only war and division, the legacy of Hellenistic culture shone brightly. It was a legacy built on the simple, enduring ideas of unity, respect, and the belief that together, all peoples could forge a future filled with hope and promise. In the quiet aftermath of battles that reshaped the ancient world, the name Alexander the Great began to echo far beyond the dusty fields of Gaugamela. As the Macedonian army advanced and conquered vast territories, the world started to take note of the man whose ideas had turned a small force into an unstoppable tide. His strategies, his clear and simple commands, and his ability to unite diverse peoples were the hallmarks of a true military genius. Alexander's legacy was not built on complex theories or elaborate speeches. It was founded on a clear, straightforward belief that unity, discipline, and the willingness to adapt were the keys to victory. His methods were simple, yet remarkably effective, lessons that would be studied by military leaders for centuries to come. In every decisive charge, every carefully drawn battle formation, and every strategic maneuver, Alexander showed that the power of a well-organized force lies in its ability to move as one. In the heat of battle, Alexander led by example. He rode at the front, his eyes focused on the enemy, and his voice firm in issuing clear commands. His men, inspired by his courage and unwavering determination, followed him with complete trust. This personal example was one of his greatest strengths. It was a simple truth: a leader who shares the hardships of his soldiers, who stands shoulder to shoulder with them in the thick of battle, earns their loyalty and respect. Alexander's willingness to lead from the front made his strategies not just ideas on paper but living, breathing acts of bravery. His innovative tactics were equally enduring. The Macedonian phalanx, with its long spears and tightly packed ranks, was a formation born from simplicity and discipline. It demonstrated that a united front could overcome even the mightiest enemy when every man was trained to move in harmony with his comrades. Alexander's use of combined arms, integrating the speed of the cavalry, the stability of the phalanx, and the flexibility of light infantry, became a model for future armies. These simple yet powerful ideas reshaped the way wars were fought, showing that modern strategy was not just about numbers but about the quality of coordination and the clarity of purpose. Beyond the battlefield, Alexander's legacy was also one of vision and cultural integration. He understood that to build an empire that lasted, one must not only conquer but also unite. His efforts to integrate conquered lands, to blend Greek and local cultures, and to spread Hellenistic ideas across vast regions demonstrated that true leadership reaches beyond military might. In every new city and town, Greek art, language, and philosophy mingled with the traditions of the local people. This cultural synthesis, born from Alexander's clear vision of unity, laid the foundation for a lasting era of exchange and progress. It was a simple idea, that the beauty of diverse cultures could be celebrated together, rather than fought over, and that idea would shape the future of an entire world. Alexander's military genius was also evident in the way he learned from every encounter. He was known to study the strategies of his enemies, to adapt quickly, and to refine his methods with each battle. His willingness to embrace change and to incorporate new ideas into his tactics was a lesson that would inspire leaders long after his time. In the battles of Granicus, Issus, and Gaugamela, every maneuver was carefully planned and executed with precision. Yet, even in the heat of combat, Alexander remained open to innovation, an openness that allowed him to turn potential setbacks into opportunities for decisive victories. The influence of his tactics can still be seen today in the study of military history. Generals and strategists from different eras have marveled at the simplicity and effectiveness of his formations. They have learned that the essence of a successful battle does not lie in the complexity of plans but in the strength of a united force. Alexander's methods, with their focus on clear communication, decisive action, and the seamless integration of different military units, set a standard that many have tried to emulate. His legacy is a reminder that the true measure of a leader is not just the battles he wins, but the ideas he leaves behind, a legacy of courage, innovation, and unity. For the soldiers who fought under his command, Alexander's genius was personal and inspiring. Many of them remembered his words and the way he made each of them feel like an essential part of a grand vision. In simple moments such as when he urged his men to advance together, or hold your line, his commands resonated with clarity and purpose. These words were not just orders. They were a call to honor the bond that made the Macedonian army more than a collection of individuals. It was a family, bound by shared hardships and the promise of a better future. In that unity, every soldier found the strength to overcome fear and to fight with a courage that would define their lives. In the halls of history, Alexander is remembered not merely as a conqueror but as a transformative figure who reshaped the ancient world. His legacy is reflected in the cities that still bear his name, in the art that combines Greek elegance with Eastern mysticism, and in the stories of leadership that continue to inspire. Scholars, historians, and military enthusiasts study his campaigns, not to replicate every tactic, but to understand the simple, enduring principles that made his conquests possible. They see in his life a powerful lesson: that clear vision, combined with the ability to adapt and the courage to lead, can overcome even the most formidable challenges. For many, Alexander's greatest legacy lies in his belief that the world could be united by simple, universal truths. In his eyes, the divisions between peoples were not insurmountable barriers but opportunities for learning and growth. By spreading Hellenistic culture, he showed that the exchange of ideas and the blending of traditions could create a richer, more diverse society, a society where the achievements of the past could be celebrated while forging a path to the future. This vision of unity and shared progress remains one of the most lasting contributions of his reign. As time moved on and new empires rose and fell, the memory of Alexander the Great endured. His name became synonymous with both military brilliance and visionary leadership. In classrooms, his battles were studied as examples of strategic innovation, and in literature, his life was celebrated as a journey of ambition and unyielding determination. Generations of leaders have looked to his example to remind themselves that even the smallest, simplest ideas, when executed with clarity and unity, can change the course of history. In the end, the legacy of a military genius is measured not only by the battles won or the territories conquered but by the enduring impact of those achievements on the fabric of history. Alexander's clear and simple ideas about unity, discipline, and cultural integration transformed not just an empire but the very way in which power was understood and wielded. His life is a testament to the power of visionary leadership, a leadership that recognizes that the strength of a people lies not in numbers alone, but in the clarity of purpose and the bonds that tie them together. Thus, the legacy of Alexander the Great continues to shine as a beacon of innovation and hope. His strategies, marked by simplicity and unity, laid the foundation for an era of cultural flourishing that touched every corner of the ancient world. In every study of his campaigns, in every recounting of his bold maneuvers on the battlefield, there remains a simple, enduring truth, that a clear vision, when pursued with steadfast courage and united resolve, can change the destiny of nations. In the wake of battles that reshaped the ancient world, the quiet lessons of leadership and innovation began to emerge like gentle echoes across time. Alexander's campaigns were more than a series of victorious clashes. They were living examples of how clear ideas and steady determination could forge an empire. As his army marched onward and his vision of a united world spread across vast lands, the simple truths behind his leadership started to shine through. One of the greatest lessons that Alexander taught was the value of leading by example. In every charge and every advance, he was right there among his men, riding at the head of the cavalry, sharing in the hardships of a long march, and offering a clear, steady command when the battle's chaos threatened to overwhelm the spirit of his troops. His actions spoke louder than any elaborate speech. In the heat of battle, when every second counted, his simple words, "Advance together! Hold your line!" rippled through the ranks, binding each soldier to a shared purpose. This willingness to share the burden of leadership, to be among those he led rather than distant and removed, was a lesson that would echo through the ages. Alexander understood that true leadership was not about commanding from afar but about being present, both in moments of victory and in times of trial. He listened to his officers and even the common soldiers, taking time to learn from their experiences. In the quiet hours before dawn, as the camp lay still under the soft glow of the rising sun, he would walk among his men, asking simple questions and offering words of comfort and advice. These moments, though humble, forged a bond of trust that was the bedrock of his success. Every man felt that his voice mattered, that he was part of something larger, a united force built on mutual respect and shared responsibility. Another simple yet powerful lesson was the importance of innovation. Alexander's tactics on the battlefield were not based on rigid, outdated methods. They were born of constant observation and a willingness to adapt. He was quick to learn from each encounter, whether it was the disciplined charge of the companion cavalry or the steadfast advance of the phalanx. Each battle was an opportunity to refine strategies and improve upon them. His approach was straightforward. If something worked well, do it again. If it did not, learn from the mistake and try a new idea. This openness to change, this ability to listen to both success and failure, taught his men that innovation was not a luxury but a necessity, a simple truth that every leader must embrace. In the midst of fierce battles and long marches, Alexander's clear vision was a guiding star. He believed in a world where differences could be bridged by shared ideas and common goals. His policy of integration, respecting local traditions while introducing new methods, was a testament to this belief. In the cities and towns that came under his rule, he ensured that the voices of the local people were heard. He encouraged his governors to adopt simple, fair practices in governance, blending the best of Greek ideas with the customs of the conquered lands. This approach not only secured loyalty, but also sparked innovation in governance and trade. It showed that when leaders listen and adapt, they can build a future that honors the past while embracing progress. Alexander's ability to unite diverse peoples under one common cause was another lesson in leadership that continues to inspire. His army was composed of men from many backgrounds, yet under his clear, consistent commands, they became a single, cohesive unit. This unity was achieved not through force alone but through the simple act of sharing a vision. Alexander made it clear that every soldier, regardless of where he came from, had a role to play in the destiny of the empire. His inclusive attitude, reinforced by policies that allowed local customs to flourish alongside new ideas, taught that strength lies in diversity when it is harnessed with a clear purpose. By fostering an environment where different cultures could learn from one another, he laid the groundwork for a legacy of cultural synthesis that would benefit countless generations. The lessons of leadership and innovation were evident not only in grand gestures on the battlefield but also in the small, everyday actions of Alexander's men. In the quiet moments after a hard-fought battle, when the noise of clashing weapons had given way to reflective silence, soldiers would tend to their wounds and repair their gear. They shared simple meals and exchanged stories of their personal struggles and triumphs. In these moments, the strength of their unity was palpable. Every act of camaraderie, every word of encouragement, was a reminder that leadership is built on trust, and that innovation often starts with the simplest ideas that, when shared among people, can grow into forces that change the world. For many who witnessed Alexander's conquests, his leadership was a model of clarity and determination. Historians and military scholars would later study his campaigns, not just for the battles he won, but for the enduring lessons he left behind. They noted that the essence of his approach was remarkably simple: be present, be adaptable, and always listen to the people you lead. These lessons, articulated in clear, direct language on the battlefield and in the quiet moments of camp, have become part of the timeless lore of leadership. They remind us that greatness is not measured solely by power or by the size of one's army, but by the ability to inspire trust, foster unity, and adapt to ever-changing challenges. In many ways, Alexander's legacy as a military genius is inseparable from his leadership style. His clear, simple commands, delivered with confidence and backed by personal example, drove his men to feats that defied expectations. Whether he was leading a charge into the heart of battle or negotiating the integration of a conquered land, his focus was always on the core principles of unity, clarity, and adaptation. These principles were not complex or theoretical. They were as natural as the rising sun, as plain as the words spoken to his soldiers. We move together. We fight together. We win together. As time went on and the dust of battle settled into history, the lessons in leadership and innovation that Alexander taught continued to be passed down from one generation to the next. Leaders in later eras looked to his example to understand that true power comes not from imposing one's will, but from building consensus and encouraging collective effort. They saw that a leader who is willing to adapt, who listens to both triumph and failure, can guide a people through the most uncertain times. His methods, based on simple observations and direct action, offered a timeless blueprint for those who aspire to lead. In modern classrooms, the clear strategies of Alexander are still studied. Military academies and business schools alike teach that the foundation of success lies in being adaptable, in recognizing that every setback is an opportunity to innovate, and in the simple truth that unity is the source of strength. These enduring lessons, drawn from the life of a man who changed the course of history with his clear, direct approach, continue to inspire leaders across the globe. Thus, the lessons in leadership and innovation from Alexander's time remain a beacon of hope and guidance. They remind us that a clear vision, when combined with humility, adaptability, and the willingness to learn from every experience, can transform challenges into triumphs. In every step that Alexander took on the battlefield, in every word he spoke to his men, there was a simple, enduring message, that the power to change the world lies within each of us, if only we choose to lead with clarity, to innovate with courage, and to unite those around us with the strength of a common purpose. And so, as the stars begin to twinkle in the quiet night sky above ancient lands, the legacy of Alexander's leadership shines as brightly as ever. It is a legacy built not on grandiosity but on the simple, unwavering belief that together, people can achieve greatness. It is a lesson for every leader, in every age, a lesson that reminds us that true power is born of unity, and that the simplest ideas, when nurtured with care and courage, can indeed change the destiny of nations. Long after the dust of Gaugamela had settled and the echo of clashing weapons faded into history, the memory of that fateful day continued to influence the world. The battle was not simply a clash of two great armies. It was a turning point that reshaped the political landscape, military strategy, and even the cultural outlook of civilizations across continents. For the people of Macedon, the victory at Gaugamela became a symbol of hope and the power of unity. Stories of the battle were passed down through generations, told around humble fires and in the great halls of future kings. They recalled how a small, disciplined force, led by a young, determined king, had turned the tide against an empire that seemed invincible. In every retelling, the simple truths that had carried the Macedonians through, the unwavering faith in their leader, the importance of clear, direct orders, and the strength that comes from working as one, remained at the heart of the narrative. In the years that followed, the battle took on a mythic quality. In schools and marketplaces across the new empire, children learned of Gaugamela as a day when courage overcame overwhelming odds. Their teachers explained that true strength was not measured by numbers alone, but by the quality of one's unity and the clarity of purpose. These lessons, simple yet profound, shaped the outlook of a generation that would come to build upon Alexander's legacy. The battlefield itself, though now quiet, remained a hallowed ground, a reminder that the past is a guide for the future. Military strategists in later centuries would study Gaugamela as one of the greatest examples of innovative tactics and disciplined teamwork. The way the Macedonian phalanx had pressed forward, the swift charge of the companion cavalry, and the ability to adapt and exploit gaps in the enemy lines all became standard lessons in military academies. Generals learned that a well-trained and united force could overcome even an adversary with superior numbers. They saw in the battle the power of simple ideas, clear communication, coordinated action, and the willingness to change tactics in the heat of conflict. In this way, Gaugamela's legacy was not confined to a single era. It became a timeless blueprint for success on the battlefield. Beyond military strategy, the effects of the battle rippled through the cultural and political life of the ancient world. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela paved the way for the spread of Hellenistic culture, a blend of Greek art, philosophy, and language with the traditions of the lands he had conquered. Cities founded by Alexander, such as Alexandria in Egypt, became centers of learning and culture where scholars from many backgrounds gathered to exchange ideas. In these cities, Greek theaters stood alongside local temples, and philosophers debated in public squares about the nature of virtue and the good life. The legacy of Gaugamela, therefore, was not only one of conquest but also of cultural transformation, where the boundaries between different peoples began to blur in the light of shared ideas. For the Persians, the loss at Gaugamela marked the beginning of a gradual transformation. While the empire that Darius III had once ruled eventually faded, many aspects of Persian culture endured and even blended with the new order. The administrative practices, art, and traditions of Persia mingled with Greek innovations to create a rich, hybrid civilization that influenced everything from architecture to literature. In the heartlands of what had once been a mighty empire, people looked back on Gaugamela with a sense of loss, but also with recognition that even great civilizations must evolve. The simple truth that change is inevitable became a common refrain, a lesson learned on the battlefield and carried forward into a new age. In later years, poets and historians from both the East and the West celebrated Gaugamela in their works. Epic poems recounted the bravery of Alexander and his men, describing the battle in vivid yet straightforward language that even the common folk could understand. These stories, filled with both the glory of victory and the sorrow of loss, served as moral guides for future leaders. They reminded readers that true greatness comes from a combination of bold action, thoughtful strategy, and the willingness to honor one's heritage while embracing new ideas. The legacy of Gaugamela also had a lasting impact on the way people viewed leadership. Alexander's personal example, riding into battle at the head of his troops, sharing in the hardships, and issuing clear, unambiguous orders, became a model for leaders across the ages. Leaders in later empires and even in modern times have looked to his example, understanding that the true measure of authority lies not in the command itself but in the ability to inspire and unify. His simple yet profound belief in the strength of unity, the power of clarity, and the necessity of adaptation became timeless principles that continue to influence leadership theory. In the realm of education, the study of Gaugamela became a rite of passage for many young military students and historians. They learned that the details of a battle, such as the precise formation of the phalanx or the timing of a cavalry charge, were not merely technical points, but reflections of a deeper philosophy. A clear plan, executed with discipline and a willingness to innovate, could change the course of history. This lesson, wrapped in the narrative of a single day on a dusty plain, offered hope and guidance for those facing challenges in any field of endeavor. Even today, the story of Gaugamela resonates in the minds of those who study history. It is a tale of unexpected triumph, a reminder that a determined spirit, when united with a clear purpose, can overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. The battle stands as a testament to the idea that the future is built on the choices made in moments of crisis. The simple, enduring values of unity, courage, and adaptability that defined that day continue to serve as a beacon for people everywhere, encouraging them to face their own challenges with resolve and clarity. In the landscape of history, Gaugamela remains a defining moment, a turning point that reshaped the ancient world and set the stage for the rise of a new era. Its legacy is seen in the grand cities that rose from its ashes, in the art and literature that celebrated its heroes, and in the enduring lessons of leadership and innovation that it taught. The battle is a reminder that even the most complex events can often be traced back to simple, clear truths that, when embraced, have the power to change the destiny of nations. As the centuries passed and empires rose and fell, the memory of Gaugamela endured as a symbol of what can be achieved when people come together with a common purpose. It is a story that transcends time, a legacy that reminds us that history is not just about the past, but about the enduring principles that shape our future. The clear, straightforward ideas of unity, discipline, and adaptation that were forged on that battlefield continue to light the way for generations of leaders, scholars, and dreamers. And so, long after the final clash of swords has faded, the legacy of Gaugamela lives on, a lasting imprint on the fabric of human history. It teaches us that in the face of overwhelming odds, the simplest ideas can be the most powerful, and that a united force, driven by a clear and honest vision, can overcome even the mightiest of challenges. This is the enduring legacy of that historic day, a legacy that continues to inspire and guide all who dare to imagine a better, more unified world. Long after the last echoes of clashing swords and thundering hooves faded into history, the lessons of Gaugamela and Alexander's campaigns remained alive, etched into the minds of leaders, warriors, and common folk alike. The battle was more than a single event. It was a living repository of ideas about unity, discipline, courage, and the power of innovation. In the quiet moments of reflection, people found in its story a source of wisdom that transcended time. At its core, the enduring lesson of Gaugamela was the simple truth that a small, well-trained and united force can overcome even a vast, established enemy. On that fateful day, the Macedonian army, though outnumbered, moved with a clarity of purpose and a discipline that had been honed in the fields of Macedon. The tightly packed phalanx, the swift charge of the companion cavalry, and the clear, direct orders of Alexander combined to create a force that moved as one. This unity, built on trust and repeated drills, showed that success on the battlefield did not depend solely on numbers, but on the strength of a shared vision. For many centuries, military strategists have returned to Gaugamela as a textbook example of effective tactics. They learned that clear communication and the willingness to adapt in the face of new challenges were as vital as brute strength. The Macedonian methods, simple yet elegant, demonstrated that the art of war could be refined through observation and innovation. In every decisive maneuver there was a lesson, that flexibility and a readiness to change plans could turn the tide of even the most dire situations. Generals from later eras studied the precise timing of the cavalry charge and the steadfast advance of the phalanx, understanding that these clear, simple ideas were the keys to victory. But the impact of Gaugamela extended far beyond military strategy. The battle was also a turning point in the cultural and political evolution of the ancient world. Alexander's conquests led to the spread of Hellenistic culture, a rich blend of Greek art, philosophy, language, and science with the diverse traditions of the East. Through his policy of integration, Alexander showed that respect for local customs, combined with the introduction of new ideas, could forge a stronger, more unified society. In the bustling cities and quiet villages across his empire, people came to see that diversity need not lead to division. Instead, it could foster a shared identity built on common values such as justice, wisdom, and progress. The enduring lessons of Gaugamela also reside in the nature of leadership. Alexander himself became a symbol of what it means to lead by example. He did not command from afar but was always present, riding at the forefront, sharing the hardships of his men, and inspiring loyalty through personal courage. His willingness to listen, to adapt, and to learn from both success and failure became a model for future leaders. In every clear, direct order he gave, whether "advance together" or "hold your line," there was a reminder that true leadership lies in the ability to unite people around a common goal and to guide them with clarity and resolve. Over the centuries, poets, historians, and storytellers have recounted the lessons of Gaugamela in simple, memorable terms. They speak of a day when determination and unity transformed the impossible into the achievable. In humble taverns and grand academies alike, the story is told that when men work together, guided by clear purpose and a shared vision, they can create miracles on the battlefield and in everyday life. This message, simple, enduring, and universally relevant, continues to resonate in times of conflict and change. For the people who once witnessed the battle, the lessons were both practical and deeply personal. Soldiers recalled how every thrust of the spear and every coordinated step in the phalanx was a lesson in trust and sacrifice. Families, communities, and even entire cities learned that true progress is built on a foundation of unity. The integration of cultures, seen in the mingling of Greek and Eastern traditions, reminded people that great achievements often come from embracing differences rather than fighting them. The blending of art, language, and philosophy into a vibrant Hellenistic culture was proof that the legacy of a single battle could ripple out and shape the future of nations. Even as time advanced and new challenges arose, the simple principles born at Gaugamela continued to offer guidance. Leaders in later centuries, whether on the battlefield, in courts of law, or within the halls of governance, turned to the lessons of Alexander's clear, straightforward approach. They found that the most powerful strategies are often the simplest ones: a well-timed move, a united front, and the courage to innovate. The legacy of Gaugamela taught them that clarity of purpose and unwavering discipline could turn adversity into opportunity. In modern times, the story of Gaugamela still inspires those who face challenges in all walks of life. Business leaders, educators, and community organizers have discovered that the timeless ideas of unity, adaptation, and clear communication apply just as well off the battlefield as on it. The lessons are simple: build trust by sharing responsibility, listen carefully so that every voice is heard, and always be ready to change course if the situation demands it. These ideas, once the heartbeat of a victorious army, now serve as guiding principles in a world where collaboration is more important than ever. As we look back on the events of that fateful day, we see that Gaugamela was not merely a battle, but a turning point in human history. It was a moment when the old world gave way to the new, a time when the simple, enduring truths of unity, discipline, and innovation changed the destiny of nations. The clear, uncomplicated strategies of the Macedonians remind us that greatness is not achieved through complexity alone, but through the courage to embrace simplicity and the wisdom to work together. In the end, the enduring lessons of Gaugamela are woven into the fabric of our collective memory. They serve as a reminder that, no matter how daunting the challenge, the power of a united and determined spirit can overcome even the mightiest obstacles. Whether on ancient battlefields or in the everyday struggles of modern life, the simple truths that once led a small army to victory continue to light the way forward. And so, as the sun sets on the legacy of that monumental day, the enduring lessons of Gaugamela stand as a beacon of hope and a call to action. They invite us to unite our strengths, to lead with clarity and compassion, and to always be willing to learn and adapt. For in the simple, unyielding truth of unity lies the power to change the world, just as it did on a dusty plain so many centuries ago.